In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hey, Miss Queenie, how you doing? Look like it's just you and I. Just you and I, Miss Queenie. Well, let's start what we are here for. Let me remove my banner and let's talk about, did you watch the Met Gala pre-show, Miss Queenie? Let's look at some of the looks from the Met Gala. Why don't we, Miss Queenie? Let me see. Let me remove my dancing cat. Let me remove the cat. The cat's gotta go. Okay. So I talked to you guys yesterday about the Met Gala, and I had previously talked to you about the Met Gala. Their theme last night was dandyism. This is what the curator of the event, of the Met Gala, of the Met Museum said. The theme of the event was dandyism. So, I, took a little notes because dandyism is the style and the flair of the way that Black men and women choose to express themselves in their clothing, in their attire, in the things that they put on and how they put it together uniquely. So that is dandyism in the month of February during Black History Month. I use that as one of my Black History Day events because I wasn't aware of it as well. So to find out the Met was recognizing it, I did a little highlight of the highlight that was available from the actual curator of the Met Museum who was doing it this year. So YouTube, let me see what YouTube called the theme of the Met. What is the theme of the Met Gala for 2025? Now, the AI enhanced summary says Met Gala 2025 honors Black dandyism with stunning fashion statements. Oh, they've corrected it. They have corrected it. Okay. I just. Oh, no. Here it is. So I'm over at QB's and someone asked what the theme was. I think it was Miss Steph. And I told her. And then someone corrected me. Well, Google said the Met Gala is about superfine tailoring black style. I never heard anything about that. What is superfine tailoring black style? I said, okay, you can have that. Uh, you can have that. Google also calls the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Uh, Google does what it's told. Google is not going to recognize any greatness in black people. So go ahead. Have at it. Let Google tell you what it is. I just spoke on what the curator of the Met whole exhibit was. So here are some of the looks. Child. Child. Okay, here are some of the looks that I were able to capture. And that is Tina Taylor. I don't know who that other host was. And the gentleman is Lewis Hamilton. He's a Formula One driver, and he was one of the co. He's not a co-host. Him and Pharrell and Rihanna's boyfriend. They were. I forget what they were. Let me see. Let me see if it's in the whole scheme of the thing. It's kind of like not the co-host, like hosting the show, like hosting the actual event. So he what's that? APS Rocco and Pharrell Williams. Well, maybe Pharrell is. I don't know what he is with Anna Wintour, but this Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One driver, and APS or ASP Rocco, whatever the dude is, Rihanna's boyfriend. They were asked by Anna Wintour, I think 3 years ago. Oh, Pharrell Williams was asked 3 years ago as well. He said he had to keep the secret all these years that they had been working on this. So, co-chairs were Coleman Domingo, Lewis Hamilton, ASAP Rocky, and Pharrell Williams. There it is. They were co-chairs of the event. And of course, Vogue editor in chief Anna Wintour. LeBron James was an honorary chair, but was unable to attend due to a knee injury. Okay, so there we have it. So let me show you some of the looks that I was able to catch. ASAP. Okay, ASAP. ASAP. He's a sap. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, I know I'm gonna forget this dude's name. I mean, forget how to say this dude's name. You know, great day to you, D185. Great day, y'all, dandies. Okay, so let me show you some of the pictures that I was able to grab. This is Angela Bassett as she was getting ready for the event. I didn't catch the designer, but it was a black designer. Uh, Tina, what is her name? Tina Taylor and the another co-host. They were greeting the guests on the red carpet at the top of the stairs. Um, and what's her name? Lala Anthony was greeting the guests as they approached the stairs. Uh, this is Lewis Hamilton. He, of course, understood the assignment. It was interesting that he said that uh, with his interest being in Formula One, he used to always have to try to fit in, and then he said that he decided to start. He liked clothes, and he started to. Uh, experiment with the way he really liked to dress. And he said that was something that he felt that was all him. And he didn't have to try to fit in. And he said since he and his father were the only black people mainly in Formula One, that was a way to express himself. So I didn't know who he was when I first saw him, but I found his story very interesting. His name is Lewis Hamilton. Let me Google some more. Let me see if they have some more of his clothes because I was very unfamiliar with him. Let me see if I can find a montage of his dressing. Let me see. Let's go to Google Images. They have a lot of him in his NASCAR stuff. They got a couple of his red. Oh, okay, here we go. Lewis Hamilton's fashions. Okay, let's check out some of his fashions. Y'all want to see some of his fashions? Stunning. So handsome. I think he's British. Thank you, Miss Queenie. Okay, so let me remove my banner so we can take a look at some of his fashions because I was unfamiliar with him, and I'm glad they introduced him to people who may not know him or of his fashions. Let me share my screen with you guys, and let's check out some of his fashions. Okay, here we go. Okay, it does look like he has a different style. Here we go, some more of his fashions. Oh my goodness. So he does seem like he's in tune with his style. And there's a little bit of Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, you can see a difference when he came into, the style and fashion of it all. He was less cookie cutter, I'll say. So that's who that is for those of you and myself who had not been familiar with him. My goodness. Stylish little character, isn't he? Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's about that life. Okay. So go over there and check out some of his fashions. Uh, I did see they also had Lewis Hamilton's girlfriend. And these are pictures where you see he's a little more cookie cutter. So there seems to be a period when he, changed it up a little bit. They have him with quite a few. He has quite a few dating partners, shall I say, of note. So go over there and check out. Look at me, Lewis Hamilton. I'm just looking, like, oh my goodness. He dated Winnie Harlow, the model Winnie Harlow. I do see him with Rihanna. I see him with a self. Oh, it's that. Please don't say this, Chloe. Oh, so he was rumored to be dating Sophia Richie. So yeah, it seems like the girls are aware of him as well. Quite a few young ladies. Okay, one of Kanye West's exes, all types of women. Girls, he like the girls, dun 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 dun, girls. He like the girls. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Ow. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let me show you him in his Formula One garb real quick. Here it is. Okay. So this is him in his Formula One garb. So very accomplished young man that I had never heard of. I wonder if 4547 is going to demand that Formula One gets rid of DEI. He may, after last night. How dare him try to bring this type of stuff into the Met? I wonder if he's going to do the same thing that he did with the Smithsonian. Make them remove anything that shows the greatness of Black people at the Met Gala. I wonder if 4547, he let that one slip by. He would have slapped the Met and said, "You're not allowed to do this." He dated his share of beautiful women too. He dated Rihanna and Nicki. Hey, I, thank you for the information. Yeah, I got it. I was like, wait a minute, she looked familiar when I went to that page. So go over there and check out Lewis Hamilton. Let me see what other pictures I have. The other co-chair, Coleman Domingo, he came out in a cape. He said he wanted to come out in a cape because he did want to honor these two gentlemen, Andre Leon Talley and Chadwick Boseman, because when they came to the Met, that they were wearing capes. So this was a due to these gentlemen. And when he got into his dandyism clothing, this is what he was wearing. So let's see, who else do I have? Oh, boss. Who was the boss? If y'all didn't see Diana Ross close down that whole staircase with her train to her outerwear, you missed it. If you did not see Diana Ross and her train, you missed the show. Okay, this is a close up of Miss Ross. She had 6 to 8 people carrying her train behind her. Uh, a whole show. Nothing could be on the stairs but her. So I thought that was fabulous. And then she had a mini me who showed up. This is Diana, and this is her mini me. Who is that mini me? Do you guys know who her mini me was? The boss, the mini me. The mini me was Megan the Stallion. Uh, QB did a show last night, and he had a bitch stole my look moment on his show. I thought that it was cute. He, you know, of course, QB was of the opinion that, he had to give it to Megan. It was a hard choice. Even the dresses were quite similar. However, after QB went back and saw Miss Ross going up the stairs like this, QB even had to change his vote. It was Miss Ross for QB as well. So go back and check it out. uh, uh, Coleman is always fly. Yes, he is. Okay, so since 20 people are in the clouds uh, not participating in the chat, I hope you guys at least hit the like button. It would be greatly appreciated. Oh, so a lot of people are just here to hate watch. Okay, well, I hope you learned something while you're sitting in the clouds hate watching. Okay, now I have a little, I think it is, yes, I do have a little video clip. The link is in my description box. Let's look at a few more of the looks. Is that all of the looks that I captured? I think that that's all of the looks that I personally captured while watching. Oh, Spike Lee and his wife were there. Spike Lee, of course, with a New York Knicks cap, a styled cap on. I'm pretty sure they don't sell in the store, so it was personalized. You like Tiana's outfit too. I liked it. It was a performance type wear. I mean, so yeah, I thought that it was a nice. I thought it was a nice outfit. Of course, it was over the top. She's always over the top, so she leaned into it. But yeah, she was actually doing a show. She was performing, so I thought that her outfit was fitting for the moment. Okay, who else? Y'all see Mary? Mary, did y'all see Mary J. Blige? This is a see-through hat she had on, and oh my goodness, she was there with Stella McCarthy. And one of the things that she said that I found interesting is that she doesn't get invited every year. They were interviewing her, and they was like, "Oh, look at you!" She has her on a whole pantsuit. She is so fly, and she said, "Well, I don't get invited every year." And Stella McCarthy was like, "Oh, girl, of course you do. Oh, girl, of course you do." And then she said, "Stella, why am I here this year? The only reason I'm here is because you invited me." Stella also dressed Mary J. Blige. You saw Michael Kors butting into Megan the Stallion moment at the bottom of the stairs when she was styling for pictures. I thought that that is so off-putting. Okay, we understand that the Met Gala is about the designers uh, interpretation of certain fashion, but must you crowd the picture of the person who's wearing your looks? I thought it was quite tacky of Michael Kors. And when Megan Stallion got to the top of the stairs, there you had Michael Kors, girl, trying to be the white hip homeboy, and he said something. What was it? He was trying to say what did he say? He was trying to say either flavor or he was trying to say flavor. Like you got some flavor, and he said, "Oh, you have flavor." And then Tiana Taylor corrected him, and she said, it's not, it's flavor." And then he goes, then he said that 500 times, just interrupted her whole interview to make it about him, trying to sound like a hip sister girl. It was just, ugh, nails on the chalkboard, awkward and inappropriate. It just really pissed me off. Uh, I'll say that. Um, go practice your gentrification in the mirror at home. Okay, so Mary J. Blige said that she doesn't get invited often. Stella McCarthy tried to poo-poo that, and oh, of course you do. Oh, and then Mary said, "No, you get invited every year." Stella told her, and she said, "No, I know when I'm invited to something because my management team tells me, oh, we are going to the Met Gala, and that's why I've come the years that I have been here, but I don't get invited every year." I was like, T. Okay, we had Diana Ross, and then we had Tracy Ellis Ross. While Tracy Ellis Ross is has unique a unique style, and many times she is tens across the board. Um, I did not care for these pants. These pants put me in the mind of uh, Big Sexy, and in the fashion that these clothes look like a jumping horse, a jumpy house. The pants look like a jumpy house. I didn't care for them. I didn't mind the hat. I didn't mind the blazer, but the pants they were darted outward to hold that position. Um, it was a miss for me on that, but she is usually quite a winner. So let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Queen Diva. I did see Janelle Monae. I wasn't a fan. I was surprised that she was not in black and white. Uh, she added that red to it. Uh, what do you what what did I say? I was just saying. Uh, he used to crack me up on Project One Way. Um, Project One Runway is had a season 20. I just found it. I wasn't even looking for it on the YouTube. But the I watched I watched it on YouTube and then I fell asleep. And I thought that I fell asleep during the fashion show. I watched the whole project and then they were on a second project. So I realized that that wasn't Bravo's channel. That was someone who had recorded it and they recorded the second show. So they haven't recorded the runway and the winners. So, and you know who's on there? Um, Kira Song, the black woman from season one is on there, and it's really good this season. You got to check it out. Some of your favorite designers will be on there. Girl, it's good. So try to Google that. Like number 16, thank you, Queen Diva. The other 10 people, thank you for being in the clouds, watching and not at least putting up the simple like button. Ah, your view will count anyway. Okay, so back now. Let me show you. That's all of this. I think that's all of the styles that I was able to pick personally. But let's get into a little video CBS News did about dandyism. Let's check this out. The best look of the 2025 Met Gala. That's the name of this video. The link is in the description box. And love it or hate it. I hated Serena Williams. I thought I did not care for this. Hated this, of course. I don't even know what this is. Look like she needs to be standing in front of a Christmas tree. Look like a rocket. This was Shabuzi. I don't know who Shabuzi is. This was an interesting ensemble, I'll say. I don't. Russell Wilson and Sierra. I thought her dress was quite elegant. I didn't see enough of him. Who created their gown? A black designer created her gown as well. This is Pharrell Williams. He wanted you to understand that the pimp stripes in his jacket were made of pearls. Unremarkable look to me. I think that this look was unremarkable as well. Let's get through the commercial. Okay. I thought that this was unremarkable as well. I don't know who she is. This is the Megan Stallion of it all. This is her full dress. Uh, um, so I thought the dress was beautiful. I didn't care for the hair either. Miley Cyrus. Now, what does this have to? Oh, okay, nothing. Next, okay. Who is? Is this Madonna's daughter? I thought Madonna's daughter name was Lourdes. I think this may be Madonna's daughter. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. If you want me to go back, good morning, Musty MF. Oh, he's a country singer. Look at Queen Diva. Yeah, he. I say he. The theme of the show was dandyism. That the style and the unique style that blacks wore that stood out, and it was a dressy style that how they made fashion their own throughout history, and it wasn't a casual style; it was a more dressy style. Uh, so you can decide if they did or did not meet the mark. Uh, I, uh, Good morning, Musty. I said that. Meg is gorgeous. Ooh, oh my. Oh no, that's Lordy. She's a singer. Okay. I was just like, who is that? Is that Madonna's daughter? She has that Madonna's original face. So I was wondering if that was she had a hit called Royals. It came out a long time ago. Thank you, Miss Queenie. Miss Queenie is up on her current on her pop culture. You see, I am not. Okay. So she missed the mark, in my opinion. And this is Lizzo. Uh, I don't know what was up with them with the fingernails. Lizzo, I'll give her a pass. It wasn't the best. This is Lupito Nyong'o. I hate the color of this. I hate that flat piece of hat. I'm not a fan of this. Uh, as far as the tailoring of the suit, I think it is impeccable. I don't care for the sheer cape that she has to flare out. I would have rather have caught her in motion. But I guess if you're taking a still shot, you have to give it motion with your arm. So I'm not gonna fault her for that. But I'm not a fan of it. The color makes the whole thing looks like something I don't care for personally. Who is this? Sydney Sweeney. I don't know who she is, and I don't know why she's there. It doesn't. Nothing makes sense to me. Shakira, is she still a thing? Okay. I think that. Okay, nothing. Uh, this is Simone Biles. I I don't care for it. I'll put it that way. It's Stevie Wonder. Uh, Stevie Wonder, why does he look like, what do you call them? Oh, I don't see this as dandyism. I think he's missed the mark. He looks like one of those old, who used to wear those hats like that? What do they call those people? Their hats used to be burgundy. Um, some type of religious group that wore those burgundy hats. Uh, you like Grand Rising, Bernice? You like Simone Biles' outfit? Is that who you're saying when you say her, Miss Queenie? Okay, I'm not sure who Miss Queenie is talking about, but it could be Simone Biles. I love this look. Uh, Dolce, uh, Pharrell Williams helped her put her outfit together. We know for Pharrell Williams is doing things over at Louis Vuitton. So her whole outfit is a Louis Vuitton outfit. I do not like it because of it's Louis Vuitton. I like it because of how it's styled. I definitely love the cut of the jacket. I like the vest. I like the the tie. I like the little purse. I like the whole style of this outfit. Let's continue. A mess. A mess. She must have thought that this was a mission to Saturn or something. Um, Coco Jones. I'm not familiar with her. Uh, this ponytail going wrapping around her leg like a snake was unflattering. Who is this? BB Rexa. I'm not a fan of the outfit at all. No, not a fan. I don't think she hit the mark. I don't think that Coco Jones hit the mark of dandyism. Angel Reese. I'm not familiar with her. I will let her pass because at least she is uh, tailored and cultured and looks good. Angela Bassett. They didn't show her whole jumpsuit. It was beautiful. Alicia Keys and Swiss Beats. What is this? I, I didn't. I'm not a fan. Um, it's more of a zoot. I guess they zoot suits were included. I'm not a fan of these looks personally. Let me see what you guys are saying. Here is what is this? ASAP Rocky. I thought that this was a good outfit. You were unable to see a lot of this outfit because they didn't, show the whole outfit in that clip. I thought that it was a great outfit. Ava DuVernay. I'm not a fan of this. Who is this? Uh, Jalen Hurts. I thought that he understood the assignment. I definitely think that he understood the assignment. He could have worn that to the White House, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, let's get through the commercial. Uh, Boring. Let me see what you guys are saying. Uh, I don't think they. It looks like they were going to a 1980-ish prom. Angel Reed is a WNBA player. I didn't know who she was. Yes, it does remind me of the Dapper Dan creations as well. So let's see who else we have. Yeah, it reminds me of an 80s prom. Gigi Hadid, I think it's the wrong era. I think it's more of a flapper's dress. Um, I think she understood the assignment. I think she looks good, whoever Hunter is. I think she looks like a chauffeur, however. Now, who is Jeremy Pope? Let me go to Queenie and find out who is Jeremy Pope. Do you know? I don't know who this gentleman is. Um, uh, it's not my favorite look. I'll put it that way. It's not clear that he understood the assignment either, because that looked like that vest had a little print down there, like it's made out of muslin or something. And muslin is the pre-drape material that you make all your alterations on prior to cutting the actual fabric that you're using. So dandyism, I don't think this is dandyism. It looks like the sleeves are ratty and tattered. I don't think that he completed the assignment personally. It does. That is like a muslin. If you look on the mantique, the mannequins that they pin the fashion on, right across the crotch area, in that style. Oh, well, I get it. I get it now. He is supposed to be a mannequin, like a mannequin that you pin your clothes and design your clothes onto, because he has all the seams of the mannequin, the side seams, the princess seams that go over the shoulders. He's a human mannequin, and I don't like that. That is not the assignment. That is what he is trying to replicate. Let me see. A design mannequin. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find an image of what he is portraying. Of course, I can. Um, a dressmaker. Here we go. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you. Um, Let me stop this one and let me share this one. He's a dressmaker's mannequin. Right there, a whole dressmaker's mannequin. With the I was like, what is this? What? Where are the sleeves? Okay, I get it, but that was not the assignment. Let's go back. Let's get back into what we were watching. Hey, Spicy Dicey, Wade wants to wear a dress so bad. The name sounds familiar. I don't know who that young man is, but I finally understand what he was trying to convey. Okay, so we're back to that. Yes, something about that caught my eye, the print in the crotch area. Uh, he did not understand the assignment. Next, I don't know who he is. Now, this was quite Bad Bunny. I thought that this was quite off putting. Uh, I didn't care for it. That tattered hat made him look like he was referencing some a sharecropper or someone who had on a tattered sun hat. I didn't like anything about it. Bad Bunny looked like he was a bunny from a Fatal Attraction that got burned up. He looked very tattered and worn. I do like. I think it's Zoe Saldana. I think that I love her look. Cute look. I hate those shoes, but Zendaya. Okay. I, I mean, she understood the assignment. I think the look is boring to me. Usher and his wife. I love his wife's jacket. I definitely love that. I didn't see enough of Usher. Tessa Thompson. I think she understood the assignment. I love those cuffs. Ugh, the bottom of the dress I can do without. Who is this? Suki. That's who Michael Kors came out of the hotel with. So I'm pretty sure he styled her, but he couldn't pose for pictures with her at the top of the stairs because he was so busy invading the other Megan the Stallion's space. Lori A. Combo and Bobby D. Digi Olasa. I'm not familiar with them. Uh, I think they understood the assignment. Who is this? I was on mute. Sarah Snook understood the assignment. I hate these people coming out with these fingernails. Pusha T, push through. I wish his buttons were burgundy. Uh, Jeremy Pope was in Pose. He played Blanca's boyfriend. I had to Google that one. Thank you, Miss Queenie. Now, I don't know who this is with these fingernails in this bad dress that does not meet the occasion for me personally. Oh, Shakari Richardson. No wonder. Showing off. Oh my God. I help somebody grab this young lady and teach her how to pose, please, on the red carpet. What is all of this with these fingernails? Okay. Uh, everybody's new. Everybody has their first. That was a mess. Okay. Tiana Taylor, she nailed it. Uh, her cape with the exaggerated shoulders. Whoopi Goldberg. I didn't care for this look. It put me in the mindset of someone. You know how if you have a lined suit jacket or coat, it seems like she put on a lined coat inside out, and the facing would be the same color as the outside of the coat, and then the white stuff would be the lining of the coat. I didn't care for this look. But did she understand the moment? Why is it? Uh, uh, um, did she understand the moment? I'd say, okay. I okay. Now, this was Lewis Hamilton. This was a fabulous look. The pants, if they go down to see the pants, this was a fabulous moment. I liked him. Alessandro, Michelle, and somebody I don't know. No, it's a no for me. Anna Wintour. Uh, the very washed out color. The boss. This is Diana Ross. In her cape. Let me get past this commercial. She said that all of her children and her 8 grandchildren's name. Why is she here? Why is she here? All of her children and her 8 grandchildren's name were embroidered in her coat. Why is Gayle King here? Gayle King, can you report on the news? Gayle King, why are you here in this handkerchief? What is this? Why is Gayle here? Why is she even here? Anna being Anna, but it's her event. Damn, Diana Ross was ready. Grand Rising Jill. Look like Ford look like Lord Farquaad. Whoopi needs to stop. I didn't care for that. I was just trying to give it to her for meeting the dandy, but nothing was dandy about that. It was all some shearling fabric. That's like if this was the premiere the red carpet for an Uggs event, I think Whoopi would have hit the mark for that. I like me some Gayle. Leave Gayle alone. Gayle looks a hot mess. Ugh, please. Gayle was showing off the dress she bought for Easter, but didn't wear it because she was still lightheaded from that wasteless trip up into the atmosphere that she had to be on. I'm pretty sure Gayle was the one who said I peed myself. Go sit down, Gayle. You look a mess. Heidi, What is that? It looks like Heidi has on some sportswear. That dress look like it's made out of sportswear attire fabric. What are you doing, Heidi? Go sit your ass down too. Now, Jeff Goldblum understood the assignment. Say what you want to about his crazy ass. I love me some Jeff Goldblum. Kiki Palmer. Uh, Let me see. I think that's cute. I think she understood the assignment. Laura Herrera. I don't know. Is that her name? What are you doing? I do like that vest. Is it Nicole Kidman? Mm, okay. I mean, it's okay. Brandon Thompson Lee and Pamela Anderson. Hold on. Hold on. Is that her kid? And is that the Baywatch Pamela Anderson? What the fuck? Jeff Goldblum always on point. No, she did it. Yes, prom. Talking about wasteless. Wait, who is wasteless? Is this Pamela Anderson and her son? Can y'all get to this? Malnutrition. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with Kiki Palmer? She's bump, and the girl who was after her. Both of them look malnourished. But I want to know if this is Pamela Anderson and her son. Let me go back. Y'all not communicating with me. She had a lot of work done. Well, she needs a refund. If that's how her work aged. Are you kidding me? I mean, I don't recognize her at all in the face. And she had the old work done. Is she out of money? Because usually they want the Madam Puppet look, like Jeff Bezos' wife flaunts around. That's the new cosmetic surgery look. I said Gail's trip was wasteful. Yep, that's Pamela and her son. She doesn't wear makeup, but she should. She should. Definitely for red carpet events, it would be nice. You're responding as I speak. Okay. Oh my God. I saw her. I didn't know who she was until uh I just passed over her. I thought that she was like some manager or something. I didn't know her son is very handsome. Oh my God. Know when to say when. I mean, you can screw your husband on the steering wheel of a boat, but you can't understand that you need makeup on at this red carpet event. Oh my goodness. Very handsome son. Is he he must be notable. Is he an actor or something like that? Let me see what you guys are saying. She needs to. Dang, I'm not a mess. I'm just I don't see anything. Maybe she stopped getting nips and tucks, so she's looks a little startling. But however, she could have looked really nice with makeup. I'm not saying that the woman is ugly. I just from my last knowledge of her face. If she had put on makeup and you told me that that was Pamela Anderson, okay, I can get it. Shit. Nobody looks the way that they look when they were in their 20s. But my God, makeup I wouldn't have been a bad thing. I'm just gonna say that. You don't think she needs makeup? I think she does need makeup. I think if she's going to a red carpet event, I think that she needs makeup. She went overboard. You're on my phone. You're on your phone, so maybe you need a close up. She looks very. Uh, what's that lady name? Oh, what was her name? What was? She was in Misery. She was knocking ankles in, putting wood between people's legs and knocking their ankles in. What was her name? It escapes me. She looks very Misery ish to me. Natural is the way to go, not the way to go to a the Met Gala, in my opinion. But we all have one. I'm not mad at her, but I'm just like, she looks bad. She aged like a grape. Oh my. But uh, hey T Danielle, I am just like really shocked. T Danielle, I was gonna talk about this dandyism since I brought it up since Black History Month, this Met Gala as well. But girl, I had to stop the fucking uh uh I had to stop the reel because I did not realize that this was Pamela Anderson Lee. What is it? Yeah, Pamela Lee. I did not realize that that was Pamela Anderson. Now, who is this? Savannah James. That's LeBron's wife. Pretty face. I like she understood the assignment. I'm not crazy about it, but she did. Patrick Schwarzenegger. Is this no, that's not the child with the maid. That's Maria's son. Okay. Adrian Brody. Let's see what he's given. I'm not gonna even say this bitch's name. Cardi B. I think that her outfit, she understood the assignment. Her outfit, if you were able to see the rest of Angela Bassett outfit, I think they must have the same designer. Who is this? This is not a flapper. No, I don't think she understands the assignment. Haley Bailey, I would have loved that had it been a little longer. I would have loved that. Ugh, a mess. Ugh, a mess. Here we are with these nails profile. I love the outfit. She understood the assignment. I don't understand all of this with the nails though. That looks crazy. Posing with these nails. Now they didn't show the bottom of her dress. Regina King. What is that on the front of her dress? I don't care for that. Okay, who is this? Tyla. Um, okay. Who is this? She looks like a young Tina Marie if she was a moth chick. I don't know who this is, and I don't know why she's here. Okay, next. Now, I did not care for this. This is another one with the nails thing. This was the Givenchy, according to QB. I don't care for that. Look at Colin Kaepernick was there. I think he understood the assignment, but I don't know why this lady is there in a short bubble vest. I don't think she understood the assignment. Nikki looked good. I like that. Cardi team is always on point. Uh, I don't know who you were saying nope to. Now who you saying nope to now? Uh, she refused to put in that. Okay. Oh yeah. She jacked herself up with all of that plastic surgery. Uh, and now they're saying she refuses to wear makeup. Pamela Anderson, girl, please, you really need to wear makeup. You really needed to do less of that plastic surgery, but definitely you need to wear some makeup. I'm not saying she ugly. I'm just saying she needs to wear some makeup. To a red carpet event at the Met Gala, none less. Hold. Now you now you can't remember. Now you can't remember. She's suffering from hepatitis B. Uh, well, listen, I can't do nothing about that. But all I'm saying is she needs to wear some makeup. I think it would have been uh, less jarring to my system to realize that that was even her. My favorites were Coleman Domingo and his husband and Zendaya. I didn't care for Zendaya at all. I mean, it fit the build, but it was boring to me. Coleman and his husband always look good. Yes, always, and love his look. She can't wear it anymore. She can't wear what makeup anymore. Is that what you're saying? Because she's okay. Well, stay home. Stay home. Stay off the red carpet. Now, this is before his reveal of his suit. I don't have it on here. Who is Dua Lipa? I don't know who this is. I don't know why these women insist on wearing these flapper dresses. Haley Berry. Oh, girl, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Kim Kardashian. Why are you here? Bye. Girl, bye. This is not the VMA Music Awards. There's Mary J. Blige and Stella McCarthy. I love what Mary is putting out. Now, Andre, I was wondering who this fool was with its piano on his back. I should have known that was him, but I cannot tell that's him in the face. Now, Rihanna, she did the damn thing. I really liked her outfit. Uh, I thought that it was they didn't show all of the outfit. Rihanna outfit looks good. She is pregnant. Uh, Lipa is a singer. My daughter loves her. Damn, I love Holly's dress. Oh, that was disgusting to me. I didn't care for it at all. That's not fair. She deserves fun times too. Yeah, have fun watching it on TV. If you can't put some makeup on your face, don't be out here scaring children and stuff, and me or watching this. Uh, that's not fair. Okay, I think she needed makeup. I really do. I just think uh, uh, Kim thought it was a dick event. No. Haley thought it was a dick event. Yes, Andre 3000 has really aged in the face. Okay, so let me see. I think they're. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back. Uh, Let me see if I can find a couple of these. Uh, uh, Let me see. I think that you guys are familiar with Google. Y'all can Google it. Uh, there, of course, there are a lot of people who were not on that list of people who I just showed. Let me see if I can find some more people. I'm done with the Met Gala. Uh, some people hit the mark. Some people were, did not hit the mark for me. It is what it is, and uh, I'm sure they can. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, so let's move on to the news. Uh, She's sick, Ronnie Q. She can't. Oh, she can't wear it anymore. That doesn't mean she should stay home. You're mean. I thought she was deciding not to wear it because she had gone so overboard in the plastic surgery and all of that extra stuff. I did not mean she should stay at home since she was sick. I did not know that it prevents her from wearing makeup. I would not be that cruel. And so things were lost in translation in the back and forth, but uh, she definitely should not stay home because she has an illness, and she definitely should not do anything that would upset her illness and to cause her to have to stay home. So, with that understanding, uh, thank you for giving me that information, T. Danielle. Uh, Now, what you laughing your ass off? Kim K was a hot mess. Looked like she was going to the Soul Trains Award or some shit with all her ass. Well, not all her ass was out. It was low slung on her ass, that skirt. If she had turned to the side. Pamela Reeson did a photo shoot in makeup. She looked great. She looked like the old school Pamela. Child. Okay. Oh, I knew what you meant. It's all good. Um, yeah. So, yeah, that's all I have about they. And I'm glad in the era of this no more DEI and erasing all of the notable black people, much less uh, uh, people of every day who made this dandyism a thing, because let's understand most of the dandies were not famous people, and for it to be recognized, the fashion impact to be recognized at the Met Gala in a era of trying to erase Black history is an astounding feat, in my opinion. So I want to applaud the Met for curating this event in the uh, the things that black black people in their blackness has attributed to America on such a large scale. So to the Met, uh, great, great recognition of style and grace. Okay, so I'm actually disappointed with Andre 3000. Look, he's one of the he's one of the I think you mean representers of dandyism. I think he was promoting his next album. That was very costumish. I didn't even get that. Such yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, that was not about. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was a mess. That was a hot mess. That's what it was. A whole hot mess. So let's get to the news of it all. Uh, Um, let me. There are some other things that I want to talk about in the news. So let's get to it. Okay, here we go. Uh, hmm. Okay. We got Black MAGA. We got Wanna Fly, Pay for Access, Empty Ports equals empty shelves. I definitely hope you guys are paying attention to this. Uh, while we can clown around and we can have different opinions, but I hope that you guys are really taking care to uh, not be caught in a situation where you go to the store and you're unable to find what you need. Last week, I I sound the alarm that has been sounded that the shelves are expected to be empty in 2 weeks. So that would means we have one more week. I'm not telling you to go hoard things that you don't need. I'm just hoping that you go out and get the things that you do need because this idiot and his tariffs. Uh, uh, um, Emergency tariffs. Tariffs are supposed to be put on by Congress. So unless it's an emergency. And so, of course, everything that this person, 4547, wanted to do, he has put an emergency on the economy. When the economy was doing quite well, he's made so many people lose so much money. And now we're about to enter the phase of our shelves being empty because there are no regular home good products that's going to be coming over from where most of our products in America come from. So I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just telling you, y'all know how it was some things that y'all needed during COVID. The shelves were bare. Don't let yourself find yourself with bare shelves. And it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be, when you put people under pressure, some people bubble up and explode. So keep yourself safe and make sure you don't have to go out here and stand in long lines and go to and here and fro. Try to keep yourself safe. Try to keep your family safe. Try to make sure you have water. Make sure you have uh, things that you can make your meals at home. Make sure you have everything that you need to be comfortable in your home starting early, is all I'm saying. Um, hey, the Bushes. I've been seeing some empty shelves in my local supermarket market. It was refreshing to see people celebrate Black culture during the era of erasure. Kudos to the Met. It was indeed. It was indeed. Okay, so you don't have to take my word for it, but I just hope you guys listen to somebody. Uh, let me see. Let me see. The Port of LA head issues a dire warning. Uh, this is in my description box. Go check it out.
Of the Port of Los Angeles, and he comes out and he is sounding the alarm. He's warning everybody, hey dog, what's coming ain't pretty. This is not good. And he's given us updates on everything that he's seeing firsthand. So let's watch and we'll react.
Just describe for us, let's take a beat, really frame it for us, how much volume has just dropped off in the last few weeks?
Yeah, about a third of the import volume, which means give or take about 50,000 20-foot equivalent units gone off the arrivals coming in next week.
A third. Trade cut by a third in just a week.
next week is when you expect to see this really hit.
That's correct. And that matches up. The announcement's back on April 2nd. Then on April 8th, a little bit of a change on everybody, ex-China, Mexico, Canada. And those arrivals are coming at us this weekend.
We'll, of course, dedicate time to your port, but I'm just wondering how you're anticipating this rolls and ripples through the economy from here, how it hits trucking, when this turns up on the shelf. What's the distance, the time from when you see a drop-off in volume and when we, as consumers, see the shortages?
Right. So CEOs are telling me, hit the pause button, right? I'm not going to import anymore at these kind of prices. Let's wait and see. I don't know if it's going to be 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 weeks till I get some clarity. Then hiring off the table for right now. Capital investment, pause. And the retailers are telling me that realistically, with even the 10%, I'm going to have to pass it on to the consumers.
So how much is this really coming from all over? It's not just about China. This is about really global trade coming to a standstill until there is a much greater degree of certainty and a much lower tariff rate than even the baseline that's been put out there.
She said global trade coming to a standstill. Also, another important point, the idea that, oh, this is just really affects China and the U.S. She's like, no, because even that 10% tariff rate on many of the other countries and 25% on Canada and 25% on Mexico, that also greatly impacts trade.
I was last with you all, Lisa. I said global trade's going to slow, economies will follow, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Back in November, so many of us were wringing our hands about 4% inflation. We've just added 10 percentage points to imports coming out of Southeast Asia for our port, and these unbelievable numbers out of China.
That's such a great point. People were melting down over 4% inflation under Joe Biden, and that had more to do with greedflation and the supply chain being messed up because of COVID. But people were furious over that 4% inflation. Well, now what he's saying is, well, you just effectively slapped a 10% tax, at least on everything. And that's coming from the countries that got the easier tariff rate. So what, you think people aren't going to be furious about that? Oh my God. Oh my God. By the way, here's an idea. What if Trump was just told by everybody, like, yeah, we're collecting the tariffs, but they just didn't? Like, I think it's time to start having conversations about creative solutions, because he doesn't fucking know, right? He doesn't know. He's a fucking idiot. If he's being told, oh yeah, we're collecting the tariffs, and then just nobody collects the tariffs, right? Because the reality is, what Trump is doing with the tariffs is massively illegal in the first place. He doesn't have the authority to say, oh, I'm going to declare a national emergency and do universal tariffs. He doesn't have that ability. He just doesn't. Because the law that he's using to justify that has never been used for universal tariffs ever before. And so this is going to go to court. This is going to get slapped down in court. And my suspicion is even MAGA judges are going to slap this down, just like they did with his Alien Enemies Act shit, which we talked about recently. So what's the downside of just basically having nobody collect the tariffs, but you tell him, like, sir, we got all this money coming in, we're collecting the tariffs. Be like, great, that's wonderful, that's awesome. Where's my remote? I want to turn on Jesse Waters' show. Where's my remote? I really think that's what should happen. I really think so. Because then he thinks, oh, everything's going great. And meanwhile, people are not getting absolutely crushed, and we're not forcing ourselves into an imminent depression as a result of his stupidity.
We've just added 10 percentage points to imports coming out of Southeast Asia for our port, and these unbelievable numbers out of China.
How much are you going to see a real decline in dock workers if this goes on?
Yeah, this is the question. So the trucker hauling 4 or 5 containers today, next week, she probably hauls 2 or 3. The dock workers are no longer going to see overtime and double shifts. They're going to probably work less than a traditional work week, starting right off the bat. Every 4 containers mean a job. So when we start dialing this back, it's less job opportunity.
That's another super important point. This has cascading impacts on everybody in the economy. Dock workers going to get laid off. Truckers going to get laid off. The ones who stay on don't make nearly as much money because they're not moving as much cargo. And then from there, it's a ripple effect through every single industry, right? Here's one. Crystal brought this up to me the other day, that apparently, I think, what is it, Temu? I think it's Temu. Or Shein, I think it was Temu, that apparently they make up some absurd percentage of the Google ads, that the Google ad money that's spent. And I forget the number she said. It was like 40%, something like that, like 40%, 50%, somewhere in that realm, which is unbelievable, right? So now they said, we're not doing any more advertising with Google. Okay, boom. Well, there you have it. You guys fund this show from the ground up. So we have our Patreon support, we have our Substack support, but outside of that, I have the default ads on YouTube. That's the exact thing that's going to be hit. So we're looking at could be a 50% reduction in whatever that ad money is, right? And who am I? I'm just some schmuck who runs his mouth on YouTube. But the point is, if doing this even impacts what I do, like what I do has nothing to do with dock workers and global trade in some respect. I'm just an asshole who runs his mouth. But as a direct result of that, even this show will be impacted by it. Fucking everything is going to be impacted by it. Everything. Anybody who works in retail is going to be massively impacted by it. The economy is just going to grind to a fucking halt. Massive layoffs are going to happen. At the same time, prices skyrocket. Bro, that is stagflation. That is what destroyed Jimmy Carter's presidency. And it could be even worse this time because it's all self-inflicted and the tariff rates are ridiculous. They're higher than the average for fucking Smoot-Hawley, which exacerbated the Great Depression.
If we get a deal, it's going to take about a month. Let me walk you through that real quick. About 2 weeks to get the ships repositioned around these major ports, from Qingdao to Shanghai to Xiamen, load up all those containers, and then another 2 weeks to steam across the Pacific to get to us. This is important because now we're talking about spring and summer fashion. So we're kind of at a crux here that we've got to have.
Okay, fuck spring and summer fashion. Who gives a fuck about fashions when you can't get rations? It's more about rations than fashion. So this is the out of touch portion of it all. So the link is in my description box. Go over and check this out. I just wanted to give you some information. Make sure you have what you need to live off of. That's the warning I want to put out here. I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. So let me share my next item. Did you guys see these Black MAGA who were interviewed by Van Johnson on CNN? It's quite cringeworthy. Let's take a look at this segment. They said that they would vote for 45, 47 again. Let's check these. Yeah, I think they were in North Carolina, South Carolina. Some of the answers are just silly.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, part of it is he's an asshole. I like authenticity.
Okay.
Oh, this is Reese Waters. Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm not going to play too much of this because this is his work. I thought that this was the actual CNN interview. Okay. Let me. I'm going to get past that. Let me see. What is he talking about with this man? Let me share this.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into.
I want to share the commercial.
90% of students with a
Gets home safe. And he not going to be the wiser. He ain't been able to find his keys since his 20s.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into.
Another commercial?
3.6 GPA.
90% of
How the hell did Donald Trump figure out the mainstream media is the fringe and the fringe is now the mainstream? How the hell did Donald Trump figure out? I mean, Joe Rogan is obvious, right? Like, we knew the guy had a big audience. It's not like we were like stunned, but like, how the hell was he, the 78-year-old guy who doesn't even have a computer and still like writes handwritten notes? How did he become the guy who cracked the code on, to your point, running a cultural, I don't even want to say campaign, running
it was a movement. Look,
heading a cultural movement versus a campaign.
Every one of your people knows Elon. Listen. So everybody keeps, the problem is you have a framework in your mind that, how can Donald Trump? Guys, can we cut it out? Donald Trump is not an idiot. Donald Trump, let me just be very clear. Donald Trump is smarter than me, you, and all critics. You know why we know? Because he has the White House, the Senate, the House.
Totally agree.
The popular vote. He has a massive media ecosystem bigger than the mainstream built around him and for him, and a religious fervor in a political movement around him. And his best buddy is the richest person in the history of the world, and the most relevant Kennedy is with him. This dude is a.
When has Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Become the most relevant Kennedy? I disagree with Van Jones on all of this about Donald Trump being smart, because if he was smart, well, maybe if this is his intent to have the American people in this situation, yes, he was smart about doing it, but none of this is his policy. This is Project 2025's. All of these are Project 2025 policies. Let's be clear. I don't know what Van
phenomenal. He is
if he's not crying, he's wrong. I'm just saying.
the most powerful human on earth and in our lifetime, and we're still saying, well, how was this guy? We look like idiots to ordinary.
You're totally right.
And naturally, a man who protects his ego as aggressively as Donald Trump does would receive that quite nicely. You know what I mean? You got to think that kind of shameless promotion would be acknowledged, would it not?
I saw a guy named Van Jones. He's I don't think anybody knows who he is. He's a commentator for CNN. And he came to see me in the White House, and he was crying.
I remember that.
He was crying. And he made a plea to me, Van Jones, total sleazebag.
I mean, really, this the man you calling smarter than all of us?
And of course,
obviously, he's smarter than Van Jones. That's who he's smarter than.
Of course, you have the Declaration of Independence.
What does it mean to you?
Well, it means exactly what it says. It's a declaration. It's a declaration of unity and love and respect, and it means a lot. And it's something very special to our country.
Yes,
that's the smart man. Okay, so let's see some more of this man who is smarter than the average bear.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that's the write-up that the Declaration of Independence has in the Trump Bibles. I'm pretty sure it says Declaration of Independence, and it just has a transcript of everything that he just said right there.
The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Okay, so we had airports. Back then. Okay, so this is the intelligent man. Let's continue.
That is the level of education that we're pushing all across America. And quite frankly, the level of education which we saw on display in November, because the aforementioned...
And because you want to equate power with intelligence, Van Jones. Okay, so let's see these Van Jones give these idiots no pushback.
Procrastination was ruining my life. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't change. Deadlines missed.
And here we are in South Carolina with 3 Trump voters. You weren't always a Republican.
No. Actually, I come from a family that was like super Democratic. My first time voting, I voted Democrat. I voted for Joe Biden.
So let me get this straight. You voted for Joe Biden. So that would be in 2020. So that would mean that Donald Trump's actions and behavior from 2020 to 2024 was the reason for you to change your vote. Literally, you got in at the disqualifying part of the Trump experience, right? The part that we reflect on when we say, I can't believe those people still voted for him after X, Y, and Z. He came during X, Y, and Z.
The insurgent and don't qualify the vote portion and have fake electors portion. That's when he became a fan. Let's be clear. Okay. So go over there and this one woman, I want you to, the oldest it appears of the group, says that she started being a fan of him because she started listening to Candace Owens. So are you still listening to Candace Owens? Reese wants to know.
What about Trump appealed to you?
Am I allowed to cuss?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, part of it is he's an asshole. I like authenticity.
Okay.
And all of these coons are sitting up there with big old smiles on their face. Can you imagine? Because he's an asshole. So the woman who had policies, the black woman who had policies, no, I vote, I like him because he's an asshole. Okay. And see how that works out for you. I wish, oh God, I wish we could go back and revisit these questions of these people in 6 months, I say.
So perhaps it doesn't matter. The object of this assholery doesn't matter at all. You just like the Now we saw sentiment like this with the Latino family immediately after the election, where the son said that he likes that Trump just speaks his mind, despite the fact that he was talking to you. So perhaps it doesn't matter the object of this assholery, just that it exists. Got it.
You voted for Obama then you voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, but 2020 you voted for Donald Trump. What made the change?
I began listening to someone. Her name is Candace Owens.
Eject. No, pack it up. If I was production, I'd go ahead and pack my stuff up. But since you mentioned that you've been listening to someone, her name is Candace Owens, have you listened to her lately? Are you still listening to Candace Owens? That's what I want to know.
I never thought that I would see a day where I would be rooting for a university above Donald J. Trump and his administration. But I don't recognize his administration right now. I don't recognize what's happening. I have a theory. I do. We were kicking around some theories earlier, me and the team, and we were going, how could Trump be such a free speech enthusiast and allowing these things to happen, going after college universities, trying to suppress speech, while pretending that you're not suppressing speech, while pretending that you're fighting DEI. It's so messy. It's so obvious. Everyone knows what you're doing. People who are still trying to grift, I suppose, are not willing to challenge you on this, which is ridiculous, because when you are out of office, we are going to have to live with these consequences. Our children are going to have to grow up in this America. Okay. So when you threaten our speech, it's not worth it so that we can have pom-poms and go hurrah for a couple of years, then go, okay, well, yeah, now it kind of stinks because, we're getting arrested for wrongthink. We got David Friedman. Yeah, arrest him. Arrest Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Get them. I love it. And if you think it's going to stop with college campuses, you're out of your mind. So you better buck up and root for Harvard University in this fight.
Okay, so go over there and check out Reese Waters' breakdown of this interview. These people are just totally silly and just sitting up there with shit-eating grins on their face. Glad to have somebody to listen to them pontificate on dumb shit, in my opinion. Just a whole lot of ignorant shit. The empty shells. Who want to fly? Does anybody want to fly? Did you guys hear about what's going on with the FAA and what has the reason why I believe it's United Airlines is refusing to fly into, I forget what city. I think it's Newark. Did you guys understand when they had the cabinet meeting and the real world dude Duffy spoke about the FAA and what they need, or people were going to die? Were you guys aware of how many people who have already died in aircraft collisions under 45, 47? Have we heard anything more about the Muskrat is going to be the one who takes over repairing the FAA system which suddenly has been in disrepair since 47's been in office, and he stole the Verizon contract. Have we heard anything else about how the smartest man is fixing this contract? He's stolen this contract over a month ago. He was the best candidate because of Starlink. So why were I think it was Newark, New Jersey, unable to contact pilots for several hours, to the extent that some of the air traffic controllers had to be sent home because their nerves were so fried. And when Duffy was sitting up there, he knew this because the meeting, the cabinet meeting was on Wednesday. This happened on Monday. And what is today? Today is the following Tuesday, when the story, technically, the following Monday is when Rachel Maddow, the first person I heard, is going to explain all of this to the American people who have been flying a whole week without many of us knowing this, because it has been hushed. Let's find out what has been hushed. Shall we? Okay.
The election before the election in September, Donald Trump's top campaign donor, Elon Musk, demanded publicly that the FAA administrator must resign. He needs to resign. At that point, the FAA administrator was only about a year into his 5-year term. There had been
and let's understand that they had the FAA had an investigation on one of Musk's companies. Let's understand that first and foremost.
No major U.S. plane crashes in years and years and years. But under his leadership, the FAA had issued a few $100,000 fines against Elon Musk's company, SpaceX. And so there's Elon Musk. He must resign. He must resign. A few weeks later, thanks in part to Elon Musk providing the largest political donation in the history of the United States, Elon Musk's candidate gets elected president, and that FAA administrator who Elon Musk had publicly hunted, he sees the writing on the wall and he resigns. And the new president, Donald Trump, doesn't even bother to name a replacement. He hasn't even bothered to put an acting official in the job of running the Federal Aviation Administration until after that mid-air collision over the Potomac. He has, however, picked the husband of one of his favorite Fox News hosts, a guy who was once a contestant on The Real World on MTV, a guy with no aviation or transportation experience whatsoever. He has picked him to be his Secretary of Transportation, a man who has never run anything large. And, nothing against MTV at all, but it is possible this guy is in slightly over his head. He at least seems quite freaked out by the gravity of his job.
We have an aging infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be failures and people will lose their lives.
People will lose their lives, says man with no experience at all who Donald Trump has put in charge of aviation safety in America. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said that at a cabinet meeting last week. And it was alarming. It sparked a bunch of headlines. It freaks people out when the Secretary of Transportation says people are going to die. When the guy says like that on camera at a cabinet meeting, people worry. But we now know that when he said that at that cabinet meeting on Wednesday, something really terrifying had just happened that he must have known about when he said that. But the Transportation Department at that point had not said anything about it publicly. Well, here's what we now know. That cabinet meeting where he said people are going to die, right? When he made that comment that freaked everybody out, that cabinet meeting was Wednesday last week. Something had happened on Monday of last week that we now know the details of. And you might have seen some of the news around this. You might have seen some headlines over the past few days about things being really snarled at the Newark airport in New Jersey. Hundreds of flights canceled, hundreds of flights delayed. And this isn't like a widespread thing, even though Newark is really close to at least 3 other major airports in New York and Philadelphia. Why is Newark Airport alone having hundreds of flights scratched and hundreds of flights delayed every day? In fact, we are 8 days in now to Newark having hundreds of flights canceled, hundreds of flights delayed every single day. 8 straight days of this, what's going on? And some of this is even worse and weirder. It's not just delays and cancellations. The biggest commercial airline at Newark Airport is United. United just ended 35 of its round-trip flights in and out of Newark. Those aren't just like canceled for a day or delayed for a day. United has announced they will no longer fly those round trips at all. What's going on? Well, something has just happened at Newark Airport. New York Times tonight, quote, air traffic controllers temporarily lost communication with planes at Newark Liberty International Airport last week. Quote, a spokesman for the National Air Traffic Controllers Association said that on April 28th, which is last Monday, controllers responsible for separating and sequencing aircraft in and out of Newark Airport temporarily lost radar and communications with the aircraft under their control and were, quote, unable to see, hear, or talk to those aircraft. Former head of the Air Traffic Controllers Association telling New York Magazine, quote, your only job as an air traffic controller is to prevent airplanes from colliding. Your number one tool to separate airplanes is talking to them via communication, via the frequencies. If those go out, you have no ability to talk to them, no real ability to discern exactly where these airplanes are. That is something that should not happen. But yet it apparently did happen last Monday at Newark Airport. Bloomberg News reporting today, quote, when radar or radio frequencies stop working, there are no fail-safes, meaning controllers must simply wait for the system to come back online. Bloomberg also reporting today that following the outage at Newark Airport on Monday, quote, multiple employees were placed on trauma leave, meaning air traffic controllers were placed on trauma leave. Quote, the incident left several controllers visibly shaken, with at least one person experiencing stress-induced heart palpitations, and some air traffic controllers shedding tears after this incident on Monday. NBC News reporter Tom Costello reporting this weekend that one air traffic controller who handles Newark Airport airspace told him, quote, it is not a safe situation for the flying public, and, quote, don't fly into Newark, avoid Newark at all costs. The air traffic controllers are having heart palpitations, breaking down in tears, and having to take trauma leave because of what is happening in the FAA. Air traffic controllers are sneaking word to reporters, it is not safe. How do we get a functional government back? Right? Air traffic controllers aren't just like a team or like a private company. That's the government, right? The whole air traffic control system is a government operation. We've got air traffic controllers losing contact, losing the ability to communicate or see any of the planes that they are actively in that moment controlling to try to stop them from smashing into one another. Just waiting until the systems come back up and hoping those planes have not hit each other while the systems were down, having no way of knowing.
And who took over these systems? Who is taking over these systems? The person who is supposed to be over waste, fraud, and abuse has stolen the contract from Verizon, who was supposed to be updating these systems. So why isn't he pulled before Congress about this situation? Because the Republican Congress will not pull him before any oversight committee. That is why he has not been pulled in before Congress about any oversight at all. Let's connect these dots as well. And they will not pull him in. He is responsible for this. He stole Verizon's contract to update the system. And how come the system prior to him being involved in the muskrats having access to this FAA system, how come this hasn't happened before? Let's understand that we are already short and need more air traffic controllers as it is. And it's a very, very stressful job as it is on a just normal day. That is very stressful on normal days. And now they threw that into it. Who threw that into this? Maybe it's the same person that shoot up rockets. Don't even alert anyone that he's shooting off rockets, and these rockets fall apart in the sky. And he says, well, it was good to gain information. We were able to gain information that way. Even though it exploded, we gained information. So is this how they're going to gain information on how to operate a new system for the FAA? Somebody who thinks failure of anything he does is a good opportunity to gain information? Are you going to be at risk of losing your life for him to gain information? Let's call the thing a thing.
Breaking down in tears, having to go on trauma leave, and sneaking word to reporters that this is not safe. That's our government right now. We are the greatest nation on the planet and the most important economic and military and cultural power the modern world has ever known, and it is not close. But this is our government now under these guys. I mean, this government must be working for someone, but it is not working to, I don't know, keep the planes in the sky. This was Washington, D.C. today. Senators and members of Congress and the former head of Social Security under President Biden, Martin O'Malley, rallying today in Washington, D.C. to try to defend Social Security from what Trump is.
Hey, Very Carey. Hey, DC Kool-Aid, and anyone else who came in. This is the same thing. Social Security has been delivering checks on time to the right people for over 90 years. But now all of the sudden that the muskrat has been able to gain access to the Social Security systems, now all of the sudden people are not getting their checks. Do you see the correlation in the importance of bringing this person before Congress and understanding and knowing and getting answers under oath of what he has been doing in our government systems? Very Carey. Hey.
Is doing to it. Specifically, these members of Congress and these senators today rallying to try to stop the confirmation tomorrow of Trump's nominee of a Doge guy to run Social Security.
Have you ever considered at-home needling? This is Cure's
They know Congress would never allow them to take that money without a fight unless they turned enough of the public against Social Security. So how do they do that? By wrecking its reputation with big lies. Big lies like illegal immigrants get benefits. They don't. They're prohibited. Big lies like there's a zombie apocalypse. There's no zombie apocalypse. Dead people do not get Social Security benefits. Big lies like it's a Ponzi scheme. Poppycock. It's not a Ponzi scheme. Bitcoin might be, but not Social Security. Social Security's never missed a payment in 90 years.
What we see in Frank Bizzinato is somebody who is a Doge crony.
It's time this ends. We not only have to stop Social Security being cut, we have to expand it for the first time in more than 50 years.
I will be voting in favor of every American who counts on Social Security. I am a hard no on Frank Bizzinato. No way. I am not in favor of handing over the keys to our Social Security Administration to a man who says that he will do whatever Donald Trump wants, whatever Elon Musk wants, no matter how much it's there just to help the billionaires and to take away from those who have paid into the Social Security system for years.
That was today in Washington. Members of Congress and senators trying to protect what can still be protected of Social Security. Today in Washington also, for the second straight week, we saw members of the clergy being arrested for peacefully praying inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. This is the second Moral Mondays arrests of clergy members in Washington, 2 Mondays in a row. This weekend, senior citizens and their friends rallied in San Bruno, California to stand up for Social Security. San Bruno, California. Days arrests of clergy members.
Let's go back. Let's go back to this picture. I find it interesting that these officers have been tasked with arresting these people. If you see this lady on your far left with her hand over her face, her arms crossed, this is a police officer. And they have to go down there and arrest these people. And what does her body language say to you? Like, I am disgusted. I cannot believe we are sent down here to arrest people who are praying. Keep her expression, her body language in mind when I tell you what is being allowed. let's continue.
In Washington, 2 Mondays in a row. This weekend, senior citizens and their friends rallied in San Bruno, California, to stand up for Social Security, to defend Social Security. This weekend, 2,000 people turned out in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, to protest against Trump, stand up for Social Security. Another big crowd turned out in Battle Creek, Michigan, as well at the same time. Look how many people turned out this weekend in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, to protest against Trump. Look how many people turned out in Olympia, Washington, this weekend to protest against Trump. There were anti-Trump protests this weekend in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, and in South Bend, Indiana. There were a bunch of people who turned out to protest against Trump in Toledo, Ohio, and in Newton, New Jersey, and standing out in the rain in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I see you guys out there in Gulfport, Mississippi, protesting this weekend against Trump on the overpass over I-90 in Gulfport. And at the Tesla dealership in Pasadena, California, where they've been turning out people to protest every week. And at the Tesla dealership in Manhattan, and then marching downtown. Don't be a chicken in a coup. A lot of people in a lot of places this weekend stepping up specifically for immigrants. Look at this. This is Lima, Ohio, outside the offices of Republican Congressman Jim Jordan. This was a rally of Jim Jordan's constituents to support our Haitian neighbors in Ohio, people from Haiti who are here with what's called temporary protected status. Trump is trying to rescind or shorten that. These people in Lima, Ohio this weekend saying, don't do it, saying these are our friends and neighbors who are here from Haiti and we want them to stay. People in El Paso, Texas marched this weekend under the banner, reclaiming our dignity and rights. And here, this is interesting. This is Tucson, Arizona. Here you see a large number of people protesting this weekend outside the Tucson Medical Center in Tucson, Arizona. That's because Trump's immigration agents a few days ago took over part of the maternity ward in Tucson, because these are the wrong images. These are from a different, got the Tucson footage there? Let's recycle that through.
Anyone suffering from
Hold on, let me get past this commercial. Oh, I guess that's the end of it. Okay. I apologize. That's the end of that. It cut off. But took over a maternity ward. I assumed that there was a undocumented person. I don't want to assume. We will find out why that was taken over. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Let me see. That's oh my gosh. Okay. I don't have this in my block of things that I want to share with you. I'm going to drop the link in my chat, and I'm going to put this in the description box right now. I want to share with you this. Vera Carey, I don't know if you have heard about this or what you have to share about this. Let's talk about Jamaica, Antigua, and it says Barbuda. It either means Barbados or Bermuda. Plans to cut ties with the British monarch. Renew calls for reparation for slavery. Vera Carey, I'm not sure if you've heard about this. I'm pretty sure. I'm not pretty sure of anything. I just don't know if you heard this. I didn't hear this until this morning. Let's check this out. We know that a lot of African nations are throwing out the French and some English, not settlers. So let's see what this is about.
Parliament for the first time as monarch. We begin today's show looking at the legacy of British colonialism in the Caribbean, where there are growing calls for reparations. The Caribbean at one point formed the heart of England's first colonial empire in North America. Many of the more than 2.5 million enslaved Africans taken to the British Caribbean were worked to death. The string of island nations includes Jamaica, Barbados, the Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, and Trinidad and Tobago, among many others now in the British Commonwealth. Following the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the Prime Minister of the twin island nation Antigua and Barbuda said voters may soon decide whether to leave the Commonwealth and become a republic. Prime Minister Gaston Brown spoke to ITV News after he confirmed Charles III as king and head of state.
This is not an act of hostility or any difference between Antigua and Barbuda and the monarchy, but it is the final step, as I said before, to complete that circle of independence to ensure that we are truly a sovereign nation.
What sort of time frame would you think on a referendum then?
So I'd say within the next probably 3 years.
This comes after Barbados voted last year to break from its colonial past and become a republic. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, the ruling Labour Party says it also plans to hold a referendum on becoming a republic. For more, we're joined in Kingston, Jamaica, by the renowned Jamaican dub poet, Muta Baruka, who's also a musician, radio show host as well. And in St. John's, Antigua, Dorbreen Omar is with us, the chairperson of the Antigua and Barbuda Reparations Commission, also an ambassador at large of Antigua. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Dorbreen Omar, let's begin with you. With the death of the Queen, first your response, and then what you're calling for your country.
Well, it's good to be here. Let me say thanks for having me. In terms of my response, I will be very measured here. I will recognize that we are talking about death. We are talking about the loss of human life, that the Queen would have had family, etc. But I'm under no obligation, I think, to be mourning her death. And that is simply because of, I think, my understanding of history, my understanding of the relationships of the British monarchy to African people and Asian people, but to African people certainly on the continent and here in the Caribbean. And so that my response is perhaps to recognize the role that the Queen Elizabeth II has played, how she has managed to cloak the historical brutality of empire in this this veneer of grandeur and pomp and pageantry, I guess, graciousness. But I think that at this point in time, we need to examine that history a lot more closely.
And speaking of that history, could you, for those people who are not aware, especially of the roles of King Charles I and King Charles II in the Caribbean, and especially towards your country, could you talk about that?
Well, if we look at the role of monarchy, so we are going back now, mid-17th century, 1600s. King Charles I was perhaps the monarch, I think, that opened the trade between Britain and Africa. That was originally gold, minerals, etc. That opened that trade up to human trafficking, to the enslavement, to the movement of enslaved Africans. King Charles II, who followed him, actually was responsible, along with his then cousin, who later became James I, totally responsible for and ownership of the Royal African Company that moved more Africans off of the continent into the Americas than any other company in history. So what we're talking about here is the involvement of British monarchy in the ownership and the operation of the transatlantic, I prefer to call it, of the European slave trade, the movement of Africans here into the Caribbean. And so we now see this movement, and even before Charles I, we can be addressing Elizabeth I, and we see this recurrence, of course, in the names that we're talking about. And so we now supposedly should be mourning the death of Elizabeth II and welcoming a Charles III. But we know them. We know these Charleses and we know these Elizabeths. So there's virtually no mourning for me at this moment.
I'd also like to bring in Muta Baruka, the renowned Jamaican poet, musician. Your response to the death of Queen Elizabeth and also of the British Empire's relationship to Jamaica.
Good morning. I am totally in agreement with the first speaker. And I don't even want to go back into slavery because a lot of people claim that Queen Elizabeth was not responsible for what her ancestors did. She herself said that slavery was legal at the time, so she don't really recognize what we in the Caribbean is talking about. Now, we have to realize in 1952, that was when she ascended the throne of England. And if you check the history between 1952 and now, you will see that even though slavery was abolished, but they, what we call it, redefined slavery and call it colonialism. And colonialism in this part of the world was represented by the throne of England. So we're not really talking now about an individual person. We're talking about a corporation, an institution, which is called the Monarchy of England, that has totally devastated a lot of the progress we could have made if it wasn't for this what we call colonialism, interpreted to us as slavery still. Now, you have to remember, in her time, there was the Mau Mau uprising, which is a very interesting case because she was actually named Queen of England when she was in Kenya. And the cruel and wicked things that the British Army did to the African people there cannot be seen as just, okay, that is just something. And she had never granted any sympathy or said anything that would say, well, you know, she have a kind of art to what was taking place. We look in South Africa during the apartheid system. The British is part of that wicked apartheid regime that devastated and killed thousands of Africans who was fighting for right to be a person in South Africa. And it was recently, even during the time of Mandela and Winnie Mandela, that we was told that they were still on the list of terrorist groups. And even though England and this Queen was ruling at that time, there was no effort to find out what is it they can do to alleviate the problems that confront African people in this part of the world. Now we come to the Caribbean in this time. The Caribbean has been devastated. We know in history, one of the richest plantation owners, cane owners, was a man by the name of William Beckford. William Beckford got his riches and became one of the richest men in England in that time. And up to this day, when we recognize how much people died because of the institutionalized slavery that they call colonialism, up to this day, the movement of a people, especially in Jamaica now, where our constitution was given to us by England through the hands of the so-called Bustamante and Norman Manley, who was recognized during that time in 1962 when Jamaica was supposed to be getting independent. They went to England and they got a constitution that is now part and parcel of what Jamaicans are supposed to live by. And when we look at that constitution, it does not include ownership of land in Jamaica by the people. If you go to the courts of Jamaica, it says the Crown versus Tom Stewart or the Crown versus John Tom. That is what we have to face right now. Now, when you recognize that Jamaica is supposed to be an independent country, most Jamaicans say Jamaica is not independent. That even though people say it's like it's not really governing the country, but the head of state is the Governor General representing the Queen of England in an independent country. How the hell that is possible? That you have an independent country that is the first lady is the Governor General's wife, not the Prime Minister's wife. And they set and designed the Constitution that way. And these so-called, we call them bossy slaves, jacket and tie slaves, that they continue to uphold and maintain that regime that has committed so much atrocities and crimes in this century, in this time. They have been committing it and still committing it. And we don't see why we should now sit down and say 12 day morning. That to show how backward and how what we call the Stockholm Syndrome has grabbed our leaders in the Caribbean. That here's a family that represent criminal activities for your ancestors. And now you start to love them. How is that possible? How is that possible that we who know the history is keep repeating the history? We know what is taking place in this democratic, so-called democratic country that is still honoring the most gruesome and cruel monarchy that ever exists. And we know of it. How can we now sit and say, well, we have 12 days of mourning. 12 days of mourning for what? What we're mourning that for? Why we're not mourning for the thousands and millions of people that died across the Atlantic Ocean? We're not mourning for all the warriors of our time. There's no day for Taki, there's no day for Nani. All of these people who died because they stand up and struggle to get out of the class of British colonialism. We now sit and say, we must mourn. I am not one of them who's mourning, and I can talk for a lot of Rastafari, brethren and sisters. We don't see it as a mourning time.
Mutabaruka, I wanted to ask your response to Charles at the time, Prince Charles, just a few weeks ago, praising the contribution of Jamaicans to British life as immeasurable in a message commemorating Jamaica's 60 years of independence from the UK. Now you have Jamaica also talking, like Antigua and Barbuda, of a referendum on complete independence, on becoming a republic. What do you think the outcome of that will be, and what would reparations and an apology look like to you, be adequate for you? By the way, it's an honor to speak with you again after so many years, having talked to you in Brooklyn.
Yes. All right. What he's saying is what we expect him to say. Now, actions speak louder than words. And if he is here now to do certain things, he must understand how we feel as African people in this part of the world and what his family and ancestors did. So to address the situation, it's not just to say why he feel bad about what is happening. That is not apologizing. He did that already. He came to the Caribbean and said, well, I feel bad about what was happening. We need somebody saying, look here, we see what happened, and we was responsible for it, and we're sorry, and we're going to make amends. And the amends come with what we call getting something going between the governments of the different countries then to facilitate reparations and repatriation. Because we're not taking that out. For those who desire to go back to Africa, because we came to Jamaica not by free will, but by force. Nobody asked to come to the Caribbean. None of these Africans, at least my ancestors, never asked to come here. So the Rastafari community is crying out saying, reparation, repatriation. Meaning that those who desire us of going back to Africa must be able to do this without the argument about Commonwealth of Nations. And that is really an hindrance. There's no moving away from the Queen and the monarchy. If the countries that claim getting rid of the monarchy is one, but if you still in the Commonwealth of Nations, that still bind you and grip you to the same colonial system that you are trying to break free from. There's no getting rid of the Queen or getting rid of the King and you're still into the Commonwealth. We as Jamaicans, there's a lot of grandfathers and who's living today who fought in the Royal Air Force during the World War II and who went to England to help build up England. And what we hear now, first of all, Jamaicans have to have a visa to go to the so-called motherland. Jamaicans is not allowed to stay there at a certain length of time. And now we have the Windrush people who just recently, we see that they're trying to send back people who was in England for 60 years and have children at them house and everything. They're sending them back to Jamaica. That is one of the most racist things that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Where you go to build a country.
Mutabaruka, I'd like to bring in on this issue of reparations, Dobrino Marde also, if you could tell us in the letter that your commission submitted to the royal family, what were some of the demands and how do you see reparations?
Certainly. The letter that we wrote, well, it would have been our second letter addressed to British monarchs. Earlier, I think maybe about a year or two before, Prince Harry was here. And certainly this year or last year, I mean, I'm getting lost within this COVID mess. The other brother was also here, who is now, I guess, destined to be the next King of England. And our letter simply said to them that we were very tired and rather insulted by their approach of telling us things that we already knew. That we knew that slavery was horrible. They didn't have to tell us that. That we knew that genocide was committed. They didn't have to tell us that. And our letter simply said to them, but please, do not come here and insult us further by saying things that the Tony Blairs have already said, that your Minister of Foreign Affairs had come and addressed the Parliament in Jamaica and looked at us as Caribbean people, as descendants of enslaved people, to tell us that we should forget it and just move on. That just let's forget this, move on. And that is essentially what we said in our letter. Now, in response to your the other part of your question of what does reparations look like for us? What does this moment mean to us in the reparations struggle? I think certainly that we're asking Britain to reassess its role in the intentional on the development of Africa and this Caribbean. Asking Britain to reassess its role in the genocide, in the plunder, in the violence that it exerted on African people on the continent and here in the Caribbean. And that in reassessing this role, that it must understand clearly that the morality of the situation, the ethics of the situation calls for repair. And in that repair, we essentially are talking reparations, that you have committed crimes against humanity, and that there is a moral and an ethical demand that you acknowledge these crimes and you do your best in the best way you can to make whole the holes that you have really left in the history and in the lives of African people. I'm a member of the...
Okay, so this is what they're calling for. They cause these countries to be underdeveloped and third world countries. Exactly. Hey, Rockwell, how you doing? But Haiti is hated by blacks all over, especially the Caribbean. And I don't know about that. We have been asking for what others are asking for today in 2025. We get no respect for being the first. Why I don't understand why we're good today. Let me tell you something. It's so many people in the United States who have taken on the mantra that we shouldn't even ask for reparations. They have bought into their oppressors' opinion that we should just give up on getting any reparation. First of all, nobody asked me to be forcibly taken to the Caribbean. So if people want to go back to their mother land, give them reparations. Dang, just got back. Shout out to Muta. I was asking if you were here. I wanted to play that because I just found that this morning. So I'm going to drop this link again, and I'm going to put it in my description box. So this is something that I didn't know. Hey, Sandy, Grand Rising. Grand Rising to you as well, Rockwell. Very sad. I had stepped out. I figured you had stepped out because I didn't hear you see you commenting on it. I said, well, she'll get back to it. Now, and Haiti was the one who fought and freed themselves first, and that's why they're being punished. And that is why they are being punished. They just got done paying. They had to pay for the freedom that they fought for, and they just got done paying for their own freedom. So that's why Haiti is such a disarray and so broke. France, yes, just got done paying France. I think Mubakra has for decades been seeking reparations for the people in Jamaica who wanted to be repatriated. Yeah, so it's on one of the hot topics again right now is what I wanted you to understand. We know that a lot of countries in Africa have kicked out the France, and so it seems like people are, wanting to get rid of these oppressors in their nations who are robbing and pillaging them, and have taken and have given their nations absolutely nothing. And It seems like they're sick of it. So the world is changing quickly before us, and I think it's a good thing. Unfortunately, we have so many people in the United States who are in step with their oppressors and feel like we are wrong to ask for reparations for ourselves. That's what I find crazy. Hold on 1 second. Now, there's something else I wanted to share with you guys. Parties and pardons. So you guys remember the cop that I told you to remember, the look on her face? I want you to know that 4547, he is calling for several different things. He's calling for that woman in Arizona. I did the story years ago. What was she? She was over the elections board in Arizona, and she hired this guy who was supposed to be doing updating their computers and this, that, and the other. And he was wondering why she never called him in for work. And then the FBI came to him one day when he was at his grandson's birthday party, and they had questions for him. And he was like, well, yeah, she hired me, but she's never used me or anything. Come to find out, what she did was when she was making, she hired him as a cover to have his ID and have his access to the voting machines, which that job would have given him. She created a whole position, a whole job, so she could then take his access and give it to someone who was going to go in and change votes. And I covered her firing. She was indignant, and I covered the judge who read her the riot act in court. Do you guys remember me covering this story? Now, let's see what 45 and 47 is up to. Let's see what 45 and 47 is up to. I'm going to pull up what the judge said to her in court as you listen to this for a second.
Donald, you give him whatever name you want to give him, but he's at it again, embarrassing himself and the United States as his descent into total utter madness accelerates, and corporate news just tries to normalize this absolutely unhinged behavior, not here on the Midas Touch Network. So Donald Trump, Kyle Clark from Colorado reported, Donald Trump's now directing the Department of Justice to take all necessary actions to help secure the release of Tina Peters, calling her a hostage. She's the former GOP elections clerk, serving a 9-year sentence in Colorado for tampering with voting.
I'm sorry, it was Colorado. I apologize.
Systems. Here is Donald Trump's post at 6:12 p.m. last night. Radical left Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser ignores illegals committing violent crimes like rape and murder in his state and instead jail Tina Peters, a 69-year-old Gold Star mother who worked to expose and document Democrat election fraud. Tina is an innocent political prisoner being horribly and unjustly punished in the form of cruel and unusual punishment. Wow, 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 wow. Free Tina Peters now! Exclamation point. Donald Trump, an ally to insurrectionists and those who hate the United States of America. Now, it should be noted, and I don't think this has gotten enough attention, that Donald Trump's been partying in Mar-a-Lago, not just with the oligarchs and billionaires, but with the January 6th insurrectionist leaders like Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, who a Trump-appointed judge in Washington, D.C., federal judge Timothy Kelly, back in September of 2023, sentenced Enrique Tarrio to 22 years in prison. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Enrique Tarrio's post. By the way, Donald Trump, of course, pardoned the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, all of the violent J6 insurrectionists who attacked police officers, who led the insurrection to overthrow our democracy. Enrique Tarrio is one of those individuals Donald Trump pardoned. He's the leader of the Proud Boys. Tarrio posted the following on X, formerly Twitter. He said that he was just in Mar-a-Lago and Donald Trump was there. Donald Trump called me and my mother over while we were at dinner at Mar-a-Lago and said he was sorry for what Joe Biden did to all J6ers. He knew the hardships me and my family faced for 3 long years. He knew how many times they moved me, and he said he is working on making things right. I thanked him.
He's working on what? Reparations to the January 6 people. He is working on reparations to the January 6 people, who he has sitting up in his private Palm Beach den of thieves. And if he wants Tina Peters to be pardoned, isn't she? I don't know. I think she's has been arrested and doing time on federal charges. Why isn't he just pardoning her himself? So let's continue. Let's be clear on this criminal who we have in office, who wants to give reparations to the people who spent time in jail for the actions that they took on January 6th.
For giving me my life back. He replied with, I love you guys. To the J6ers, he wanted me to send you all a message. He said, thank you. It's very odd to have a criminal in chief right now running the country. Let's be clear who Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is a sexual predator. He's an abuser. He's a felon. He's a fraud. He's a bankrupter of businesses. He's a destroyer, not a builder. And he likes other criminals. It shouldn't shock you that the criminal's acting like a criminal. The abuser is acting like an abuser. There's a reason why people like Donald Trump and Enrique Tarrio belong in jail. And by the way, don't just take my word for it. Listen to what the Trump-appointed federal judge in Washington, D.C. said at Enrique Tarrio's sentencing. Quote,
procrastination was ruining my life.
Oops. Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. Quote.
It is kind of hard to put into words how important that peaceful transfer of power is. Our country was founded as an experiment in self-government by the people, but it cannot long endure if the way we elect our leaders is threatened with force and violence, Judge Kelly said Tuesday. What happened that day didn't honor our founders. It was the kind of thing they wrote in the Constitution to prevent. But then again, Donald Trump's been saying that he doesn't believe the Constitution applies to him. And Donald Trump says that he doesn't think that immigrants should even get trials at all. He should just decree you are a gang member, you get sent to concentration camps, you get disappeared, you go to El Salvador, while Donald Trump is out there living the lavish life on the taxpayer dime. Yes, as Donald Trump cuts deals with Qatar to build Trump resorts there, as Donald Trump cuts deals with Saudi Arabia for Trump resorts in Oman, as Donald Trump cuts deals with Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund for them to
Okay, cutting deals while in office against the Emoluments Act. You can watch the rest of this video. I'm sure, yeah, I did add it to the description box. But let's see what the judge had to say to Tina Peters, the initial person that 4547 said needs to be released. Let me see. I want to make sure I get all of the remarks. Okay, here we go. Yes, let me share her sentencing with you. Even after she was found guilty, and she was given a chance to say a few things. So let's check this out. what this judge had to say to her. I don't think this is the one I want. Let me see. I don't think this is the one I want. Yeah, this is the one I want. Okay.
Good. Well, so you know what I'm saying is true. All right.
A judge chuckles at a defendant in court.
It's not funny. My life is on the line here, Your Honor.
This was the contentious exchange between Judge Matthew Barrett and defendant, former Mesa County, Colorado clerk Tina Peters.
No, you're the one who's making this allegation that one,
It's
I think
not
it's
an
funny,
allegation.
and two, that I know it's true. You're saying that as if I believe you, and I did not say that.
Okay.
That is
All
why
right.
I made the sound, because it's insulting to me for you to just put that in a record in front of all of these people that I believe something to be true.
Okay. And I apologize for that.
A jury found Peters guilty of several charges, including attempting to influence a public servant during the 2020 presidential race. This is body cam video of her arrest in February of 2022. During the sentencing hearing, Peters cried, addressing the judge.
I'm not a criminal, and I don't deserve to go into a prison where other people have committed heinous crimes. The only crime that I did, and some people have said I'm not remorseful. Yes, I'm remorseful. Yes, sir.
She was sentenced to 9 years in prison. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Okay. Now, that's not what I wanted you to.
That's why men are using
hear.
tomato peel to reduce the
But
size
it's
of.
good that you got a chance to hear her crocodile tears. So this is what I want you to hear. What the judge actually said when he was actually bringing down his sentence. Okay, it is sharing. Hey, Jay Parrish, Grand Rising. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Some groups sing the same songs as their ancestors. They are adamant that they must return to Africa. They were forcefully taken to the Caribbean. Okay, thanks, Fairy Carrie. Oh, don't forget, I have my goals up here. If you guys can help me meet my goal, if you find out something new that you can use, those are my goals. Especially the Rastafarians who are of the opinion that they don't belong in the Caribbean and want to go back home to their motherland. Not all of the Caribbeans don't like Haitians because they've been oppressed by the colonizer. I'm glad everybody's waking up today that we are not each other's enemies, period. Exactly, Rockwell. Okay. What? She needs to stay in there, shaking my MFing head. Okay. She's selling off parts of America like Netanyahu did to the Gaza. He's selling off parts of America like Netanyahu did to the Gaza strips. Okay, so let me play this for you. What this judge had to say to her after sitting and hearing her case. And you saw how she tried to sneak something on the record and judge, since you know that X, Y, and Z, and he chuckled and he said, no, you're trying to put something on the record that I do not believe. And you're trying to have it put in the record like the judge believes her bullshit. Okay, so the judge is gonna let you know how he feels right now.
Charlatan who you are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. All right, we're here today for sentencing in Ms. Peters' case. Before I get into my comments, I'll enter judgment of conviction consistent with the jury's verdicts as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. As it relates to 9 and 10.
Peters was convicted of leading a scheme to breach voting system data in her county by giving the access to these voting systems to someone who was going to go in these voting systems and change votes.
As it relates to fines, fees, and costs, a $2,000 fine will be.
And she's a Republican. Let's be clear. She is a Republican who 4547 wants to who says she needs to get out of jail. While at the same time he's saying that he was cheated in the this was the 2020 race. Let's be clear. This was the 2020 race that he said that he was cheated out of. That people went in and did a lot of things with the votes that shouldn't have been allowed, and they stole the race from him. How is he so keen? How is he so keened in that people were going in the voting machines and doing things that shouldn't have been allowed? Was he aware that this was going to happen in Colorado even before it happened? Did somebody give him a heads up that this bitch had hired somebody who she never called into the office to be the tech support during this voting system, and she never gave him his ID to come into work because she gave it to a motherfucking hacker? One of the muskrats could have been the hacker. God knows who she gave it to. Let's continue.
Will be ordered as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6. As to counts 8. The maximum fine will be imposed. Counts 9 and 10, $1,000 fines will be imposed. You retain the right to ask me to reconsider any sentence I impose under Rule 35B. You have the right to appeal any sentence I impose. If you want to end this judgments of conviction, if you wish to do that, you need to do it within 49 days of today's date. The protection orders will remain in place during the life of this sentence. Conditions 6 and 7 are vacated. However, you can ask your lawyer what that means. If you are ever sentenced or today sentenced to the Department of Corrections, then I'm required to inform you that the time I actually imposed or that may be imposed is not the amount of time you are likely to serve. It can be and very likely will be reduced by your accrual of good time and earned time credit.
Oh, I see why he is just putting out feelers for her to be freed, because she's in state court. This was not a federal crime. It was a state crime. And so he can't pardon her. That's why she's not pardoned already.
Credits within the department, meaning that the better you do in prison, the more programming you take advantage of, the sooner you'll be released.
To go. Most people, when it is their time, their family take care of the remains by putting it in the ground or burning.
I want to circle back to the request from earlier today in terms of the motion for a new trial based on a Brady violation. To the extent I needed to make findings on that today, I'll note that 1, the motion could have been filed weeks ago. 2, the information generally was known to the defense prior to trial, perhaps not the specifics, but enough to have at least mustered some questioning of witnesses at trial. And 3, that a Brady violation is one that generally involves, almost exclusively involves, the withholding of exculpatory evidence that may be used by the defendant in a case. When looking at such a violation, the court looks at that type of evidence with through the lens of a defense attorney, not through a prosecutor. Such that it's not the prosecutor's job to determine what is or isn't exculpatory. It's the defendant's job to make those decisions. Here, the argument is that back on, I believe, June 25th, Ms. Peters went to the clerk and recorder's not office, but where the ballot box is located, some distance. I don't know if it's 100 feet or not away from the actual physical office. She went there with at least one camera person. It looks like maybe someone else was also there with her. Apparently she was voting. She had some conversations, according to the affidavit that's been drafted for her arrest in that case, with election officials who would be employees of the clerk and recorder's office, which she was not allowed to have conversations with. Her presence was noted by Ms. Vance, one of the witnesses in this case, who alerted law enforcement, who then did the investigation that resulted in everything I just said being uncovered, and ultimately that warrant being drafted. The defense made some requests for that information. Once through the police department, it was denied. According to the defendant, because it was an ongoing investigation, the DA said that they didn't have anything, if I'm not mistaken, but that they would turn it over later when they got it. They didn't do so. Looks like the warrant was drafted well after the trial occurred. So it is well settled that for the purposes of discovery, evidence that can be used to impeach a witness, motivations, the like, would fall under a Brady type of requirement to be disclosed. But as I said earlier, there's quite literally nothing that's been provided to me that suggests anything in this arrest warrant, or that what Ms. Vance said, who was an important witness to the prosecution, would be construed objectively or even subjectively through the lens of a defense attorney as favorable or exculpatory to the defendant, particularly where there's video footage of the interaction that occurred between the defendant and the individuals who may have been employees of the clerk and recorder's office. So Ms. Vance's mere reporting of the same to law enforcement is what it is, and certainly in any event, to the extent there was exculpatory value to it, as the case law says, it was incredibly minimal and could not undermine the confidence in the verdict. I'll nevertheless let the people respond to it, and to the extent I might not be divested of jurisdiction to consider it, hold a hearing on the same if I find one is warranted after further briefing. I make that record just to close that loop for the purposes of any appeal issue that might come up in the future. The purposes of sentencing have been alluded to, particularly by the prosecution. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I say generally the same thing. That is, the purposes are statutory, and they include, but are not limited to, promoting the acceptance of responsibility. That doesn't mean that a defendant has to take responsibility. To the contrary, Ms. Peters has exercised her right to a jury trial. She's exercised her right to hold the people to their burden, and such cannot and will not be used by this court as a means by which, or justification by which, to punish her. But rather, the sentence itself is to promote the responsibility acceptance, not to ensure that someone takes responsibility, however, once they've chosen to exercise their right to go to trial. I consider deterrence in sentencing, that is, both general and specific, that the sentence I impose must deter Ms. Peters from engaging in similar conduct in the future, but it also must deter others generally from engaging in this type of conduct. I consider rehabilitation where appropriate. I consider punishment where appropriate. I also must ensure that the sentences I impose are consistent among offenders similarly situated, but I must also impose a sentence that is designed to meet Ms. Peters' unique needs. Here, the defense has, and Ms. Peters in particular, has remained quite defiant, which is her right, but certainly not helpful for her lot today. And in arguing why I should impose a particular sentence, she tells me about her ailments, her loss, her struggles in life. But in reality, for those of you who may have been here earlier this morning and seen some of the folks who've occupied that chair before Ms. Peters, there could be not much in the way of a comparison in terms of the type of sympathy one would extend to Ms. Peters. Those folks didn't have 4 lawyers representing them. They didn't have a team of assistants helping them. They're not getting rides in private jets all over the country. You know, the people who sit in that chair suffer, generally speaking, immeasurable trauma in life, struggle mightily with alcohol abuse, substance abuse, mental health struggles, family loss. They come from broken homes. The cards they were dealt were never the cards that you were dealt, Ms. Peters. So when I hear you discuss your husband, who sadly passed away recently, your family struggles, and your son, who served our country admirably and made the ultimate sacrifice, I consider it. And I know, too, that he honored his oath to the country.
4547 says, how dare them do this to a gold star mother? How dare she? How dare she blemish her gold star son's reputation? Is a better question.
Country, something that is not lost on me when considering the circumstances under which you find yourself here. Your age, limited criminal history, and the like are certainly somewhat mitigating. Your ties to the community are what they are, but your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You don't have those histories of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no lifetime of trauma, not even close to the type of mitigating circumstances I would see from many folks who sit in that chair. No, to the contrary, Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. And you use that privilege to obtain power, a following, and fame. And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what you wanted, and it defies all sense of common sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention. No, you crave it, ma'am. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth. But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period. Indeed, just weeks before trial, you were apparently doing what I mentioned earlier, that is, over at the clerk and recorder's office where you're not supposed to be, violating the protection order by speaking to employees of that entity with your camera crew in tow. You have no qualms with violating the court's orders because you're innocent, because you didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your job. You have no problem trying to kick an officer. Your explanation of what happened is preposterous. It's on video. You have no problem lying to officers. It's happened multiple times. They're recorded conversations. It's just more lies. No objective person believes them. No, at the end of the day, you cared about the jets, the podcast, and the people fawning over you. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies, the undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand I can say or do here today, that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence that this court sees on an all too regular basis. And it's particularly damaging when those words come from someone who holds a position of influence like you. Every effort to undermine the integrity of our elections and public's trust in our institutions has been made by you. You've done it from that lectern the voting public provided you with. Everything you've done has been done to retain control, influence. The damage is immeasurable. And every time it gets refuted, every time it's shown to be false, just another tale is weaved. So I'll begin by saying I've considered all of those purposes of staying of an execution of a sentence. I've mentioned all of them here generally in my comments already, and I find that a stay of any sentence I impose would be wholly unwarranted. All cases have a possibility of reversal on appeal, no doubt. I'm at peace with all of the decisions I've made here. If anything, I gave you and your counsel far too much leeway at times, but the rulings I made came after much consideration, incredible amounts of internal debate, and I trust in accordance with the applicable law. I consider the sentence here, in this case, what are available to me. Probation. Community corrections wasn't requested, but it wouldn't be an option in any event, and an incarcerative sentence to the Department of Corrections. Probation's focus is rehabilitation. That is for folks who have minimal criminal histories, low LSI scores like you, Ms. Peters, but where punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not at risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us, whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly, Mr. Wood, all the members of the county who worked and trusted you when you asked them to do things that they did on your behalf. It's part of your lies. The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here, the harm that you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same. So prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. And therefore the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive.
Okay, so you hear what the judge had to say after hearing her case, seeing her break no contact orders at the county clerk's office, all of this restraining orders that she broke, and 4547 says that it is an injustice that this poor woman is in jail for trying to skew the 2020 election in his favor. Thanks for joining the live stream. Please hit the thumbs up button, share the video if you can, subscribe to the channel, and recommend the channel to people who are interested in things that may affect them and how they live their lives today. Leonard, good of you to join us today. Rockwell is laughing. On the road, I thought I missed, I heard, wait a minute, on the road, I thought I missed, I'm dead at this judge, too funny and on point. This judge was not playing around. Okay, so let me get into some other foolishness of the 4547. You know, every day there's a new adventure. Let's talk about I Love a Parade. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. So we hear that the last term 4547 was in office. He came back from the Bastille parade over in, I believe it was France, Bastille in France. Oh, and he thought that it would be such a good thing if we had a military parade in the United States. And then they told the numbnuts that, are you serious? The the streets in France are made are cobbled streets. Our streets can't even take daily traffic without getting potholes. Our streets are not strong enough to have no motherfucking tanks running over our streets. You can't have no parade. You know how much money that costs us at the time when they're talking about this is at a time when they're talking about all of this. What, 169 billions? We went over the budget yesterday. If you weren't here, the video is still up if you're interested in what this president is saying that he cannot afford as it goes to health and human services, your health care, a myriad of things that can't be put in the budget, but he can find room for a parade. And it's not celebrating his birthday just because it is on his birthday. Don't think that it's about his birthday. Surely it's not about. It's the 340th birthday of the Army or Navy or something or other. No, it just happens to fall on his birthday. Let's check this out, please. For those of you who are unaware of the party, my name is Donald T. Party, come to my birth party, party. And if you don't show up, that's good at. That's about as W's Freedom Fries idea. No, this is far worse because the Freedom Fries didn't cost us a thing. Didn't cost us a thing. Let's talk about this party.
He has wanted a parade, and not just a normal parade. He wants a military parade. After Trump in his first term saw a military parade in France for Bastille Day, he said he wanted to top that. He said he wanted something bigger than that, something more like the gigantic Death Star military parades held by countries like China and Russia and North Korea. Specifically, Trump wanted tanks. He wanted tanks upon tanks.
He wanted a what do you call it? Authoritarian. He wanted a dictator parade. That's what he wants, a dictator parade.
Rolling down the boulevards of Washington, D.C. The issue with tanks, though, is that they weigh a ton. To be more exact, American tanks weigh like 30 to 70 tons, more or less, depending on the model, which is way too heavy to roll down the streets of Washington, D.C. without destroying the streets of Washington, D.C. So in his first term, Donald Trump did not get his military parade with tanks. But he did get a consolation prize. Halfway through his first term, on the 4th of July in 2019, he held what he called a salute to America in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Basically, he gave a speech, a stationary speech, and he did have tanks, but they were not tanks rolling by. They were also stationary tanks. In fact, the closest thing to a parade that day was the convoy that was required to get the tanks into position, because the tanks had to be carried toward the memorial on semi-trucks and then carefully rolled off the trucks onto a series of strategically placed wooden planks where they put them on little platforms so they wouldn't break anything. That was it. Tanks on semi-trucks and then on little plinths. That was it. His whole first term, Trump never got the big military parade he wanted. Now, of course, he's trying again. The Army now says it is planning a military parade complete with more than 6,000 soldiers and, you guessed it, tanks. It is still unclear if those tanks will be rolling or stationary or on the back of semi-trucks, maybe. But the whole spectacle is set for the 250th anniversary of the founding of the U.S. Army, which also happens to be the president's own birthday, June 14th. And if that news makes you want to be somewhere, anywhere else, take heart. Something else is...
The 250th birthday, are they still collecting Social Security? Is the Army still collecting the money out of the budget 250 years later? Someone, did you send Doge over there to see why the Army is 250 years old and they're still collecting benefits out of the Department of Justice Treasury, which has never been budgeted, which has always lost 60% of its revenue. Have you sent Doge over there? No, Doge hasn't gone over there because Doge is, that's where Doge gets its money from. I digress, though, but let's continue.
Is happening that day at more than 100 locations around the country thus far. I have a feeling there's going to be more than that. A coalition of groups, including Indivisible and Social Security Works and 5051, they are all organizing a nationwide day of protest for June 14th. They're calling it No.
You ever look at someone and think, how do they handle everything?
My bad.
Since the first year of his first term in office, he has wanted a parade. They're calling it No King's Day. As they put it on their website, quote, Donald Trump wants tanks in the street and a made-for-TV display of dominance for his birthday, a spectacle meant to look like strength. But real power isn't staged in Washington. It rises up everywhere else. Joining us now is Ezra Levin, co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible. Ezra, it's nice to see you this evening. Thanks very much for making time.
Great to see you, Rachel.
So we've spent a lot of time covering sort of the character and the effect of protests of all kinds around the country. A lot of those organized through Indivisible, a lot of them organized through 5051 and other groups. What is the basic idea, the specific idea, I guess, around June 14th?
Look, Donald Trump wants to spend tens of millions of taxpayer dollars to throw himself a big fancy parade with tanks in the streets. And on one level, this is ridiculous, right? But he is doing this for a reason. This is straight out of the authoritarian playbook. He wants to project strength. He wants everybody to think that he is all powerful, that he rules the world. He doesn't. He doesn't. As we said on that website, look, real power is not in DC. It's distributed all across the country. And what we're looking to do on No King's Day is to say, look, Donald Trump does not own the flag. He does not own patriotism. In fact, we can all show up in opposition to a king in this country. And this isn't about any individual organization. This is about all of us. Whether you are from the faith community, whether you're a veteran, whether you're an activist, whether you're a teacher, you can be part of this.
Wait a minute. Veterans can protest this. The veterans that are losing 83,000 workers, they can protest this. Veterans who are saying that, hey, you don't have to go to the VA to get the best care that we can give to you after risking your lives. You can just go to any little pop-up clinic that you want to, that you may get suspect service that service the poor community. You can go there, vets. Go there. You mean to tell me that these veterans that are looking at what 4547 is doing to the Veterans Administration are not just standing by like some numb nut stupid bitches talking about pledging allegiance to the flag and respecting the president that is doing this to them? You mean to tell me all veterans are not thinking about just standing up and pledging allegiance to a dummy? Oh, all veterans aren't dummies. Okay, go ahead, continue. The representation that I have heard about is frightening stupid. Okay, let's continue.
As you mentioned, there are 100 events so far. This has been up for the weekend, available to register events. I would expect over 1,000. We saw 1,100 for May Day protests. We saw over 1,300 events all across the world for April 5th hands off. If you are watching this right now and you are thinking, well, I don't want a king in this country, good news, neither do we. And you can be part of this. Look up. See if you've got an event near you. If you don't, congratulations. You are going to be the organizer.
We don't want a king in this country. You mean I can't pledge allegiance to the king because I'm a stupid, dumb, slow bitch. And to the republic for which he's tearing down one piece, $1 at a time, indivisible with ignorancy and injustice for all. You mean I can't no longer say my pledge to the wannabe dictator? Surely you're lying to me, sir. How dare you? If I ruled the world, What would I do if I ruled the world? I'm kind of for justice. It's hard for me to think of some selfish ass dumb shit that only benefit rich people. If I ruled the world, I guess I do it fairly. That's what I do. But I digress. It ain't about me. It ain't my birthday. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. Gonna have tanks in the street on your birthday. Gonna just be a whole fool. Cause we don't give a fuck cause it's his birthday. You find him in the club doing his fucked up dance. Yeah, we're gonna be out there doing the Trump dance out there as the tanks are tearing up the streets in Washington D.C. so he can feel like he's a big dick motherfucker. What's the use of even having a dick if your wife doesn't even accompany you? Don't even pretend like she's going to where you lay in your head at night. So is this why we got to have him out here acting like he big King Dingalang? Hey, is this what it takes to make him feel like he's a King Dingalang? You notice people who are reaching for that title seem to be quite unstable. Let's continue.
Organizer for an event in your community. We need them in rural communities. We need them in urban communities. We need them in red states and purple states and blue states. Ultimately, this comes down to all of us. We have got to do the work to show that, yes, this is a constitutional republic, and a constitutional republic has no kings.
Ezra, over the course of the first 100 days of Trump in office, I feel like what I saw as the effect of protests were sort of two things. First of all, because the protests weren't just one big protest one day in Washington or one big day in New York or something like that, but because the protests were constant and happening so frequently and happening in literally every state in the country, and I'd say over time in almost every town of any size, and some towns of no size, because they happen in so many places, one of the effects was that a lot of Republican members of Congress and senators found themselves confronted by their own constituents about stuff that Trump was doing that they themselves as elected Republicans couldn't defend and couldn't explain, and felt like they had to ultimately say, okay, I side with my constituents on this. And that drove a lot of caving in Washington in terms of what Trump was trying to do. But then the other thing that I saw happen is that I think that large numbers of protests over time happening all over the place created a sort of culture in which it was shameful to capitulate. And the groups, whether they're law firms or billionaires or business interests or anybody else, or Republican electeds or anybody else, or even Democratic electeds who were thinking about sort of cozying up to Trump, looked at this footage and looked at what was going on in these communities and looked at these large protests and felt like, you know what those people are asking for is probably the right side of history. And I don't feel comfortable staying on the other side of that. I felt like it created.
Thus is why for-profit media does not cover all of these protests. Did you guys know that it was this many protests going on many days in this country, other than May was it the May Day and the hands off protests? Did you guys understand that there are protests all over this country on any given weekend? No, because the media does not want you to know that. They want you to think that, we have no choice. They control the presidency. They control Congress and the Senate. They want you to think that there's nothing that you guys can do. You guys could have voted properly. You could have gotten up off your ass and voted for the one who didn't vote. But they want people to think that, hey, it's our task that we're gonna have to handle. Let's hope we survive these 4 years. Let's not pay attention to the empty shelves. Let's pay attention to dumb bullshit all day long. Let's continue.
A cultural dynamic in which it was embarrassing to be siding with Trump. That's what I've been seeing, just covering this stuff in order to tell people about the news over these past 100 days. I wanted to ask for your reaction to those observations and ask, as somebody who's been involved really right in the middle of this, if you feel like the impact has been something other than that.
Look, you are exactly right. What we are doing with mass protest, mass peaceful protest in communities red, blue, and purple around the country is not just showing up for the sake of showing up. We're showing up to send a message to everybody else who is looking to their left and looking to their right and trying to decide, what do I do? And as you said, this is law firms, this is universities, this is businesses. people are trying to understand, is this guy for real? Is he in power forever? Do I have to adjust to this new reality permanently? Or will there be a new day of accountability that follows the Trump administration? And by showing up en masse repeatedly, month after month, week after week, day after day, in many cases, what we are doing is sending a very strong signal to those businesses, those universities, those law firms that, oh, I can't actually just cover myself today or next week because this guy's going to be out soon. He's an unpopular, lame duck president, and there is going to be a future post-Trump era, and I'm still going to be a law firm. I'm still going to be a business. I'm still going to be a university. I'm going to have to contend with my actions today. So the smart move stops being, I'm going to cover myself today, and it becomes, I've got to think about what comes next.
That's right. We all should be thinking about that all the time in terms of it, explaining ourselves to ourselves in the mirror and to future generations about what we did in this moment. Ezra Levin, co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible.
Okay, so let's move on to our next conversation I choose to talk about. Let's see what we're going to talk about. Signalgate. Signalgate is still alive and well. Did you guys get the update on Signalgate? Well, let's get some updates. I hear that Signalgate has been hacked. We did see Mike Waltz, who was formerly over, what was he over? Not Homeland Security, the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, Mike Waltz, who was also friends with Big Dick Bottoms. They're circled. They found out that he was in contact. Him and his recently married self was in contact with Big Dick Bottoms, and once that was shown, he unfollowed Big Dick Bottoms. I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. I'm just following the story as it progresses. So it has progressed to the point that even after Mike Waltz himself invited the editor of the Atlantic to join this Signalgate, where all of this tomfoolery of unqualified appointees of 45 and 47 was giving information about a future strike in Yemen, classified information on an unsecure app. That wasn't even enough. On the last meeting, the last White House meeting of his advisors, Mike Waltz was also in that meeting right the day or two before he got fired on Signal. Again, I reported on that as well. Now it comes to find out that he was on the Signal app, and that Signal app was hacked. Not only was he on the Signal app, he was on another app that allowed him to be on Signal app. He was on Signal. He went to another app to acquire Signal app. So trying to be clandestine. This is the person who was over the United States national security. And both of those communications have been hacked. Did you guys know that his last bout of being on Signal, that his whole thread conversation has been hacked? Well, let's find out. Why don't we? Is the regular news, is for-profit media giving you any of this information? I think Rachel Maddow is going to touch on it. Let's see what they have to say here. Let me
more bizarre, keeps getting stranger. Hey everyone, this is Andrew Egger with The Bulwark. The Signalgate story, believe it or not, keeps getting more bizarre, keeps getting stranger. There were a lot of questions when these stories started to drop, when Jeffrey Goldberg first got added to the Signal chat about the Houthis a couple of months back. What's going on with Signal? Why are they using this encrypted private app? Is it vulnerable to leaks? Is it vulnerable to these kind of OPSEC failures? Is it in keeping with federal records requirements where they need to log this stuff? We just got a brand new bit of reporting over the weekend from Joseph Cox. He's the co-founder of 404 Media. He focuses on cybersecurity and the digital underground. He's here to talk about his scoop. Thanks for coming on, Joseph.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So this is such a great story. I mean, in so many ways, but one of the most well, let's start with the meat of it first. I mean, like, can you just talk us through what do we know about Signal and how the White House is using it today that we didn't know before you guys had this story this weekend?
As you know, the White House is using Signal, but then what we found recently was that they use a special version or a modified version called Telemessage, and we found that because a Reuters photographer took a photo of Waltz at the recent cabinet meeting, and if you zoom in, you can see that it's a weird version of Signal. It turns out it's basically a version that copies the Signal messages for storage later. That's pretty interesting. Also brought up even more questions of, well, how susceptible is that to being hacked? What if that is then targeted? Lo and behold, I don't know, it took 48 hours, something like that. And what we have now with this reporting over the weekend is that a hacker did target Telemessage and did manage to obtain some users' direct messages and group chats sent over Signal, but then also some of these other modified versions of WhatsApp and Telegram and WeChat as well. But of course, to us, the Signal stuff is the most significant.
Yeah, until we learn that, Donald Trump is messaging his stockbroker on WeChat, Signal will be the main one here. I mean, this is a fascinating story to me because I think it does answer one question that a lot of us had lingering in the back of our minds about the Signal scandal from the beginning, which is these guys are bound by law to back this stuff up, and are they just ignoring that law? Are they just flouting it? What's going on here? And I think that so part of one of the puzzle pieces here is no, they don't appear to be flouting that. They appear to be using this kind of workaround system to be able to make use of the Signal infrastructure while still preserving some kind of digital record. But at the same time, you open up a whole new kind of alarm bells set of questions about the reliability of that service and the how susceptible that is to hostile actors or just bad actors of any kind getting in there and playing around with the data. Can you just talk in a little bit more detail about what the nature of this breach was that this hacker that you were interviewing for this piece? I believe he's anonymous, right, in the piece. So what did he find, and kind of what should our level of alarm be as we're thinking about our top government officials making use of this service for their internal communications?
Yeah, we don't know who the hacker is. That's actually often the case with some of these stories I work on. They provide accurate information that we go and verify, but we don't know who that is because obviously they don't exactly want to reveal their real name or identity when they're doing something that's probably criminal in nature. But what they did was...
Well, it could be one of the Doge boys. So this link is in my description box. Go over in my description box. They hire hackers, but don't know what hackers do. This is under the title, They Hire Hackers, as in the Doge Boys. But they don't even know what hackers do. And they're being hacked them damn selves. Their damn selves, not them damn selves. Their damn selves. So go over there and let me play a little bit more.
Was they found a way to target a telemessage server. And this was sort of where the messages were going, at least from our understanding, where the messages were being routed through to before they were being archived, wherever that might be, right? And the hacker was able to find a way to see these sorts of snapshots of data as they flew across those. And that sounds, a little bit technical, and we actually don't get too technical in the story because we don't want people to be able to go and replicate this as well, obviously, right? And it looks like Telemessage has actually taken their back end.
No, you're gonna have to do like the guy from what is this guy? The guy from the Atlantic. You're putting out a story. You're not putting out too many details. We are not sure if these people really hacked it. How are we? I hope somebody comes out like they did and say the story is untrue and this, that, and the other. So then these hackers like Goldberg had to do when Goldberg said that he was privy to this information because the person over national security plugged him in to this conversation where they were giving up confidential military strikes. Let's hope that they come out and said that these people are lying and they didn't do this. So these people can come out and give us the details in what's in these strikes. In what's in these messages that they have hacked into. We need proof of life. We need proof of ignorance. No, we don't need any more proof of ignorance. We know these people are just that dumb because let's understand all of these things are supposed to be archived for the public. But why are they using these things? So they don't have to archive what they're doing in this administration. Let's be clear. So the hackers have it, and pretty soon we will all have it, as we well know. As soon as somebody is willing to pay to play, it'll be dropped. Or maybe somebody is going to pay enough so it never get dropped. Who knows? There's another side, but I don't know. Let's see.
Down at the moment. We haven't put that in print yet, but from everything it looks like that. So the hacker managed to get that. And then crucially, in those snapshots of data they obtained, there were actually usernames and passwords to then log into more telemessage systems. So they went in and they found various things, such as a bunch of contact information for officials from Customs and Border Protection, indicating that agency uses the tool as well. A bunch of contact information for...
So you mean Customs and border agents are, and then see, they found all of this. So what are they using this app for? Okay.
Employees at Coinbase too, the cryptocurrency company. So we verified this data in various different ways. But one was I took that list of Customs and Border officials and I just started phoning them up and asking them, hi, are you an official of Customs and Border Protection? Some confirmed it either through their voicemail messages or just talking to me on the phone, then very quickly hanging up when they realized what was going on. But that was one of the different ways.
And come to find out that these people actually went into the flight data of these planes that were flying people over to El Salvador. That's how they did it, because they got connection to it, because the person over national security who had already got in trouble for being on the Signal app was on the Signal app in his last cabinet meeting, and the Signal app looked kind of strange the way it appeared on the phone. So somebody who took a snapshot of it and posted it, made some hackers curious. Why is the Signal app looking different? And they stumbled upon a treasure trove of information, all the way up to the flight schedule when the flights took off, stopped to get refueled, the whole gamut of all of the flight information of these people who were taken to El Salvador. Where did they get this information from? The person who was over, what was he? I keep on saying, the department, whatever. What department was he over? Mike Waltz. I just said it several times. Fuck it. Rewind it if you don't know. He was over security, not Homeland Security. Oh my God. What was he over again? The National Security Advisor. They got all this information from the National Security Advisor, who was nominated by a numbnut 4547, who was affirmed by a whole strew of numbnuts in the Republican Congress. How does that make you feel? Do you feel safe yet? Don't get on any planes going to Newark, New Jersey either. Are you safe yet from the nominees of this numbnut? Okay, let's continue.
Different ways we verified all of this, because as you say, we don't know who the hacker is. We're not going to have any insight into that. But this is clearly significant, even though, I don't have Mike Waltz messages necessarily, right? And we don't think the hackers obtained those either. But the fact that this hacker spent 15 or 20 minutes, they say, it took to break into this system, and they were able to do that so quickly and get all of these messages, I mean, it is alarming. And if a random, basically, hacker could do this, it makes you think, well, have foreign nation adversary state intelligence agencies been looking into this as well? And it just creates all the...
Of course they have. Okay, the link is in my description box. Let's move forward. Are you? I'm hollering. Laugh out loud. National Security Advisor. Do tell. He is telling. Unwittingly, he's telling. Okay. Let me share my screen. Let's go back to Rachel. Let's see what Rachel has to say about this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Huh. Where is it? Oh, here it is, right in front of my face. Here we go.
Into the computer systems. Here's something new. Today we learned that hackers claim to have hacked into the computer systems of the airline that operates many of Donald Trump's deportation flights. The company is called Global X, and their flights for the Trump administration include those 3 plane loads of men who were flown from the U.S. to El Salvador last month. In March. Those 3 flights famously were the ones that a federal judge ordered must be turned around and flown back to the United States. That's an order the Trump administration did not obey. Well, today, 404 Media reports that they are in contact with a hacking group that claims to have hacked into Global X and taken, among other things, their flight records and passenger manifests for all the deportation flights that Global X has operated for the Trump administration. 404 Media says, as far as they can tell, the data appears to be genuine. But that's not the only major hack that 404 Media has brought to light just in the last day or so. You remember Mike Waltz, Trump National Security Advisor, who accidentally added the editor of The Atlantic magazine to a Signal group chat about war plans in Yemen. You may have seen reports last week that at the cabinet meeting at the White House on Wednesday, Mr. Waltz was caught on camera by a Reuters photographer using his personal phone, or using his phone at least, at that cabinet meeting and appearing like he was still using something that looked very much like Signal to chat with multiple high-ranking government officials. The news photographer was actually able to capture the text of some of his messages on what appeared to be the Signal app that he was using during the cabinet meeting in front of a bunch of news reporters. Now, I say it looked like the Signal app. It wasn't the original Signal app. It was a different version of Signal called Telemessage, made by a different company that appears to be considerably less secure than Signal. Sure enough, 404 Media now reports that that app, Telemessage, has also just been hacked. NBC News, meanwhile, was contacted by a different, entirely separate hacker who also claims to have hacked this Telemessage app.
Okay, so he gets busted on an unsecure app talking about military plans, the National Security Advisor. And then he goes on to a second app to secure, to get into the first app that he has been busted on, so he can continue to use that app. But the second app that he uses to get into the first unsecure app is less secure than the first unsecure app. And this was the National Security Advisor. He goes on a less secure app to get on the unsecure app that he was busted using, that he wasn't supposed to be using. Do you guys feel safe yet? Let's continue. And now there is a second hacker besides the hacker that the guy in the previous video was talking about. There's a whole nother hacker who has contacted NBC. You guys feel safe now? Just from getting a glimpse of that picture of somebody busting this ignorant motherfucker in the actual next White House meeting, still on the app. That's why they say when you're out in public, if you are doing anything in banking or you're texting something, if you want privacy, you have to create your own privacy, because there is no such thing as the expectation of privacy while you're in public. So if you are, you know how some people go to the ATM and they don't block their numbers and all of that. They just type the number in. If you want privacy, you better protect your own personal privacy, because they got all of this information from this numbnuts being a dumbass. Let's continue.
Telemessage has now suspended its operations, which is going to be so inconvenient for the whole Trump administration national security apparatus that was apparently using it.
Wait, they suspended their... Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
So inconvenient for the whole Trump administration national security has also just been hacked. NBC News, meanwhile, was contacted by a different, entirely separate hacker who also claims to have hacked this telemessage app. Telemessage has now suspended its operations, which is going to be so inconvenient for the whole Trump administration national security apparatus that was apparently using it amongst themselves. So that's all going well. Of course, Mike Waltz is no longer Trump's national security advisor. He was fired and replaced by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is also simultaneously the archivist of the United States now and the acting administrator of USAID and now national security advisor as well.
So maybe if Marco Rubio has 3 jobs, Marco Rubio, are you trying to get your independence from the British? Are you Jamaican as well? You have so many jobs. I have 6 jobs. Marco Rubio has all of these serious jobs. So are these jobs being taken seriously by this 4547 is my question. And is Marco Rubio generating 3 paychecks from this administration? Surely, you can't give a person a second job and not pay them the wages that the second job requires. So is that what we're doing? Has Elon Musk gone to the State Department and looked for waste, fraud, and abuse in Marco Rubio being over 3 government entities? Let's continue. So obviously, none of these jobs are being taken seriously because they have an unserious puppet, as in Marco Rubio, doing 3 different jobs. This administration is laughable. Let's continue.
As well. Which tells you just how seriously Donald Trump takes all those jobs, right? If he thought any one of those jobs was a real job, he wouldn't give the person holding that job lots of other jobs too. In fact, not only does Donald Trump not appear to think that the job of national security advisor is all that big a deal, the Washington Post now reports that some senior White House officials are, quote, questioning the need for a traditional national security council at all. So, national security advisor behaving the way we know Mike Waltz has, national security advisor being fired, National Security Council all going away? The whole White House National Security Council, that whole apparatus? Really? You guys don't see the need for it? At which point you might want somebody who worked in the White House to explain the consequences of something like that. Well, luckily, your new 9 p.m. Eastern host here on MSNBC Tuesday through Friday, starting tomorrow, has definitely worked in the White House, and she understands these things and many others. Joining us now, I'm very pleased to say, is my colleague, Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary, and starting tomorrow, the host of this 9 p.m. hour here on MSNBC, the host of The Briefing with Jen Psaki, here 9 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday to Friday. Jen, it is great to see you. Congratulations on the new gig. How are you feeling?
It's great to be here. I am feeling all of the feelings at once. I'm excited. I read to the depths of the internet, which is not productive. I've listened to every podcast of every person who's going to appear on the show. And I'm just excited. And I'm so delighted to be here with you tonight. You're such an inspiration to me and everybody watching, I know. And I can promise everybody, I know we'll talk about serious things, that you have shined such a light in the first 100 days, Rachel, on such an important part of what's happening right now. We are going to continue to do that. I care about the story.
I really hope somebody does. Hey, Candy Cane, somebody does continue to do this, because we have to call a thing a thing. there is a lot of stuff that has gone beneath the radar, very important things, very detrimental things to our personal welfare has gone ignored by these little shiny objects that have been presented. We're talking about the security of our national. We're talking about the security of our nation. It is really at risk. And it's being ignored, and a lot of people will be surprised, but I don't want you guys to be surprised. I want you guys to be aware and prepared. Prepare yourself. Go out and fill your shelves for these empty shelves to come. Prepare yourself to keep your personal safety when you're at home. Understand that Project 2025 calls for martial law within the first 180 days of this administration, which was the next conservative administration. That's one of the things that they have prepared for. Let's understand these emergencies. Executive orders are also giving leeway for the military to help in policing. So don't ignore what's going on. All of this stuff we really need to pay attention to, and we need to govern ourselves accordingly. Everyone likes to have fun, but it doesn't seem like too many people, I don't know. Okay. I'm not going to talk about what too many people are doing, should be doing. That has nothing to do with me. I'm doing what I feel that I need to do. And I hope that some people are listening, and I hope some people are taking their personal security seriously. I hope people are making sure that you have enough water. It is estimated that one individual needs at least 3 gallons of water a day for not only their nourishment, but for their sanitary needs. So, I think a lot of people that think that it's everyone else's responsibility to take care of these things. And it's been okay all of these years with me being lackadaisical, with me being unconcerned, with me, I don't like politics. I think a lot of people are secure in the fact that people who pay attention to the things that they as an adult is supposed to pay attention for themselves. Hey, just make sure you and the people that you love have the information to protect themselves and to be prepared for anything that is coming. Because these celebrities that we were looking at earlier in the broadcast, they're not going to have these problems. They're not going to have regular people. Well, some of them may be, but most of them are not going to have regular people problems. They are going to be alerted to these passports where they can get out of any state within hours. If they pay between $100,000 and $300,000, understand that nobody's taking your ass to Mars. Even when they have the ability to go to Mars, your black ass is not going. Your poor black ass isn't going to Mars. So you better pay attention on the earth that you're living in. I would say, did you speak about what happened in Cincinnati with the father? Oh, God. Oh, God. I just read about that. I didn't talk about that. That was horrible. That is really horrible. Now, the way I got the story, Rockwell is talking about the story in Cincinnati. 100% agree. Pay attention to your world. There was a story that allegedly there were 3 guys who were in a stolen vehicle. Now, I'm not sure if there was a police chase itself, but somehow the police started chasing these guys on foot. I'm not clear if there was a vehicle chase and then they hopped out of the car and started running on foot. I'm not clear on that part. But the foot chase, they said it lasted a matter of seconds. And one of I think it was 3 people, and they all ran different ways. And one guy ran towards some woods, and he tripped over himself, but he got up and he kept on running. And he had a pow on him, and he allegedly turned around and raised the pow to the police officer, and they ended his life. So that is the story that I'm getting. And his parents were alerted to what happened. And hours after that, his father was allegedly driving through an area that had, the cops who stand out and do hand signals and things, because there were, I believe it was a graduation, and you know how on graduations traffic get all snarled up, and allegedly, if I remember right, it was a graduation, and there was a street cop out there giving traffic signals and directions, and allegedly the father just slammed on the pedal and intentionally ran this off-duty police officer down and took his life. So they said he was in despair about what had just happened to his son. So this police officer who was off duty was not involved in what happened to his son. But I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. If the police force would really stop fucking around and making excuses and saying all of these things that these people did was within their training, is what was he was in fear of his life, so he had the right to do these things, and it was within policy and all of this stuff. Some of your policies need to be reviewed. They said that I forget how many seconds they said that this foot chase, it was within a matter of seconds. So all this falling down and this, that, and the other I think it was it was less than a minute if I recall correctly. Let me see what Rockwell. Wait a minute. This was your family? Are you saying this was your family? I posted the family press conference. Okay. Body cam show a gun, then show a threat. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. 2 hours after viewing the son's body, he left. When driving, he just hit the next officer that he saw 2 hours after identifying his son. Yes, it's very sad. It is very sad. And now the family has a double grieving to do. Let me go back to what I'm saying. It's too many instances where the police force help instill this type of attitudes towards them. Now, did you hear about the 2 guys in Mississippi who were assaulted by that goon squad, and they're in jail. A lot of them, I don't think any of them have less than 20 years. I think it's 6 police officers that they called the goon squad. Some of them were from different precincts and different divisions as sheriffs and a police officer from a whole different jurisdiction and the whole 9 yards. So you have shit like that go on. And so they beat these people, shot one of them in the mouth. He lost most of his tongue. It came out of his jaw, left him there for being unalive. Usually when you shoot somebody in the mouth, unfortunately the bullet goes into their brain, and then it's no life. They left them there after shooting them in the mouth. That is attempted unaliving somebody. That's what that spells to me. He survived. He can only talk. They went to court. They got them put behind bars, and they settled. I think they settled for $2.5 million. They put oil and all types of different products on them. They use dildos on them. They penetrated them with dildos. Do you understand the depravity of these officers? So we're not going to act like, well, if they say it is true. They say that I don't know. I haven't seen the body cam footage. I haven't seen. Let me see if I can find the family's press conference. Let me see if I can find it. I will show it to you because I don't know all the details. I skimmed over it. Let me see. Let me see what they have to say. And understand, even when the press report on these things, sometimes they are taking the word verbatim from other officials as if it is automatically true. Now, this father was only 38 years old who did this. Man charged in Ohio deputy's death was father of teen shot by Cincinnati police authorities said. Let me see if I can find. I don't see the family's anything where the family is talking. This is a very sad situation. No bond. He has no bond. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to go with one random story. I don't see anything from the family. Okay, let's go with this one right here. Here we go.
Authorities say a man intentionally struck and killed a sheriff's deputy the day after the suspect's teenage son was fatally shot by police. In his first court appearance this weekend, Rodney Hinton Jr. walked through a room packed with law enforcement officers. CBS's Lisa Rosner is tracking the latest developments for us tonight. Lisa.
Sharika, the deputy killed has not been identified, but fellow law enforcement describe him as a fantastic officer and person. Law enforcement is grieving one of their own. The sheriff's deputy was directing traffic at a local university graduation Friday when he was struck.
The officer was just out doing his job, directing traffic up near the University of Cincinnati.
The alleged driver is 38-year-old Rodney Hinton. He is the father of a teen fatally shot by Cincinnati police on Thursday. That teen was 18-year-old Ryan Hinton. Police say he was armed and running away from a stolen vehicle when another officer opened fire. Police body cam footage of the shooting was shared with the teen's family the same day the deputy was struck. Prosecutors allege this was no accident.
There are no evidence of skid marks. There are no evidence that he tried to avoid him.
More than 30 members of the sheriff's department filled the courtroom for Hinton's arraignment. His attorney addressed the crowd.
I understand that there is a lot of sadness and a lot of anger in this room right now, but in the community at large.
We have a deputy that's killed simply doing his job. It's a shame. It's tragic.
Body cam footage of the shooting was shared with the teen's family this
Yeah, I heard about the story. Thank you, Rockwell, for reminding me about the story. They didn't want to give him bond because they say people have a GoFundMe that people are donating to and getting them out. They don't want another Carmelo Anthony, basically. WCPO Channel 9. Yes, I'm looking for the press conference. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Okay, I found it. Hold on 1 second. Let me share this with the audience. Oh, what I was saying when I didn't know I was muted. I was trying to see if I could see a weapon in his hand. Unfortunately, oh, hold on. I want to show this first. New photos prove Cincinnati police altered body cam. Because that's why I kept replaying it. New photos prove that Cincinnati police altered body cam footage in the Ryan Hilton shooting. I want to see this first. Oh God, this is an individual's video. Hold on. Let me see. Sir, don't strike me. I am just trying to get the information out. Taylor House, I don't know who you are. I hope he doesn't strike this video. We're just trying to get the information out. I thought that this was an official video. Let me share the screen. Oh, I am sharing the screen with you. I am just using this copyright for news reporting. Let's see a clip of this. And you guys, I'm going to drop his link. Please share his video out as well. Here is the link to this video. Please share this link. Here you go. He didn't have one. It was so grainy, you can tell. Yeah, that's what I was trying. That's why I kept going back and forth, back and forth. Let's check out what this video is talking about.
They're showing you a still image. And I'm going to show you why they're showing these still images.
This way, okay? They are chasing the individual. So officer number 1 is chasing this guy right here. Okay, this is the guy we ultimately end up shooting. The other.
Now you see how blurry that still image is. You see how blurry, like you cannot even see the trees, right? You can't even see the trees. It looks like a big green blur. And let me show you this picture of it as well. You see again, you see how blurry that is. You can't even see the writing.
You can't even
on the
read
dumpster. Like everything
I was
is
just about to say, you can't even read the writing on the dumpster. That's crazy.
blur. Look at the trees and everything. But I'm going to show you some other photos from another news clip where they are much clearer, which shows that these photos that they are seeing, showing at the news conference, have been doctored.
Who actually fires the shot on this individual is chasing a different individual further out this way, in this direction. Okay? As this officer is chasing him, he sees a firearm in his hand and he yells, "Gun, gun," he's got a gun. This individual slips, trips, whatever, falls on the concrete right here. Other officers that were also there say in their interview, they heard the firearm hit the concrete. They heard the metal from the firearm hit the concrete.
Girl, bye.
This individual gets up, still has the firearm in his hand, and continues to run through the dumpsters.
All right, so you actually now you see how clear that picture.
I was just about to say these dumpsters are quite clear. So whatever comes through these dumpsters, if it's at the same angle when this person come through, we should clearly see a gun.
Is a little clearer, but it's still blurry. Look how clear that picture is, but it's still blurry. And here's a still shot of that picture. Now you see how clear those trash cans are as opposed to these pictures right here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Where's the other picture?
Clear that.
Okay, here we go.
Officer who originally saw him with the firearm in his hand.
Now you see that picture right there. That is a still shot, right? That is still, you look at the trees in the background. They are much blurrier than that last photo.
Calling it out. He runs through the dumpsters.
And right there, you see what they did right there? Look at the background of the trees. It's much blurrier. It's much blurrier than this. And also what they did was hide his body position. So this is the point where they're going to
Dumpsters. So he makes him aware of that. He shouts out to him, on your right, on your right. He's on your right. And that's where this individual comes out from between the dumpsters. This is the other officer, the one who fires the shot. This is his body camera as he approaches the scene.
All right, so I'm about to show y'all something. You see how they conveniently move the camera right when they show this officer's body shooting happen. This is a never before seen photo. Wow. That is the actual shooting of the young man. You can clearly see his back is turned to the officer. Looks like he has on a book bag. And you can actually see the fire coming from his gun. Now, ask yourself, why did they stop the photo here instead of here? You know why? Because that doesn't fit the narrative that the officer felt threatened for his life.
When it comes to dental implants, Nuvia is
Okay, there's one train of thought on it. Just a mess. Families asking for all the body cam footage from all the police officers on the scene, and they just showing the altered that they done shown us. Okay, so yeah, that is a lot. Okay, so let me share my screen and finish with this. Where was I? Oh, here I am. Okay. Let me get back to thank you, Rockwell. Let me get back to this.
story like you care about the story. And thank you for doing that, because it's been a little dose of hope and inspiration for me watching too.
Is like, where does news happen? And I mean, forgive me for saying this about one of your successors, but the news is not really happening in the White House briefing room. Like, that's not a place where people are getting like, you
It's
can
not
take
the
it
room
to the
where it
bank.
happens.
No, it's not take it to the bank information. And we're not getting news and information from the White House other than sort of proclamations and provocations and occasional scandals. A lot of what we're learning about in terms of the most important stuff of the government is happening not just not in Washington, but not on the coasts and not on the interstate. It's where the destruction of the government meets the American people. It's the messed up Social Security field office. It is the VA office where people can't get their medical appointments done with any sort of privacy. It's the Social Security checks running late. It's the Head Start offices closing. It's Meals on Wheels being shut down. And I wanted to know how you're feeling about that, with so much White House experience and Washington experience, about how we should be thinking about the aperture of where news comes from and where trusted sources of information come from in an environment that's this toxic in your former workplace.
Well, I've learned a couple things from you and a number of other people who've done this for a long time. And one is you can't cover every single story every night. And so I'm not going to attempt to do that. But I think we've also learned a lot about what Donald Trump tries to do. He tries to flood the zone, but he also tries to wave the shiny ball. I don't even know if that's the right analogy, but just take in the last 24 hours. I mean, he announced he wants to reopen Alcatraz. The prompting and what motivated that, here we are. At the same time, to your point, and just to keep with your theme of Social Security, what we need to be reading the fine print on, I know you are and I will be, is what he is doing to the Social Security system and administration. It's cutting offices. He's also trying to gain access to people's private information and personal data. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to not follow the shiny ball. You always say, don't let him jerk your chain, I think is what you say, but not follow the things he's trying to get us to pay attention to and to dig deeper into the things that he maybe doesn't want us to talk about. And Social Security.
Exactly. So that link is in my description box. Now, we're going to talk about these attorneys, why he is attacking these attorneys. It goes way back to Hillary Clinton. One of the main attorney company that he targeted that bent the knee and capitulated to him. They were trying to get at this attorney. And they actually mentioned him in the executive order about law firms by name. They mentioned him by name.
I'm going to throw to a clip right.
Oh, and let's not forget,
because I fight hard. And
let's not forget, in the budget, in that executive orders about attorneys, he said that they're going to have to take up the cases of police officers who are faced with crimes because of them just simply doing their duty. So let's not forget that these attorneys and these law firms that have capitulated has given him approximately $1 trillion in $1 billion. Is it a trillion? $1 billion in pro bono work. And he has stipulated what type of work they will be having to work on. And let's not forget, in the budget, however, that 4547 put out yesterday, he's asking for several billions of dollars for attorneys to do the same thing. When he have all of this pro bono work, and he's still asking for money for attorneys in this budget, the budget that they're working on now to give permanent tax cuts to the rich. He's still asking for attorney fees in this budget. So let's continue.
Right now, 60 Minutes has been in the news because the executive producer, Bill Owens, had just resigned because the parent company of CBS, that's Paramount, has been looking to have some oversight into what they put out on the network because they don't want to endanger a proposed merger that they need approval from the Trump administration for. So first off, I want to talk about why this moment in particular was especially significant for you to appear on that show, on that network.
Yeah. So look, I mean, there are two answers. The first is that they approached me and said that they wanted to do a story about the attack on law firms and law firm capitulation. And it became clear as I was having a back and forth with them about this, that they were not having success finding any partners at big law firms who were in the mix here, willing to talk on camera. And I had made a pledge to myself when Donald Trump got elected, and you and I talked about this, that I was not going to back down. I was not going to retreat. I was going to stand up and speak out and tell it like it is, regardless of what the consequences might be. So that's the first answer. The second is that precisely because this is a moment in which Donald Trump is trying to exact a settlement from CBS for a frivolous lawsuit, just like he was able to do against ABC News, just like he's been able to do, and you and I have talked about it on this series over and over again about billionaires bending the knee, that I thought it was important that if there was a production of a news piece going forward in the face of those threats, in the face, as you say, of reported oversight or potential oversight by the parent company of the content, that the least I could do would be to lend my voice and tell the truth.
Please sign.
Fact that, as was mentioned in that clip that I just played, you were the only lawyer who was willing to come forward. What does that say?
Yeah, so to be clear, I was the only lawyer who has been targeted by Donald Trump to come forward. There was actually an associate from one of the law firms that was targeted who spoke, and I thought she was excellent. And in some ways, my admiration to her, she actually resigned her job as a lawyer at Skadden Arps rather than participate in their capitulation. But I mean, to your larger point,
I played her on here in her testimony, and her she did an interview I played on here, and she testified before Congress, and I played that on here as well. These are very important things that are going on because these are some of the highest paid attorneys that are bending the knee as if they are not attorneys. And all of them did not bend the knee. Only some of them bent the knee. The ones who took it to court won their cases. So let's be clear. He's trying to get the best attorneys to defend police officers to go out here and do the things that they're doing to the public. And they will have the best attorneys representing them pro bono. Understand why this is important. People think like this shit don't mean nothing. People think that he went after the biggest and the best law offices so it wouldn't trickle down, and the fear if they see big attorneys kowtowing to him, that surely he could ruin my little firm. And you won't be able to even find an attorney to take your case. This is important.
I think it is a real sign of the times that even lawyers who are very well protected in this society, who have all of the advantages of education and academic pedigree and income, even they are afraid of Donald Trump right now. And that is going to be a cancer on our society. If lawyers are not willing to speak out, if media personalities are not willing to speak out, and Scott Pelley was, by the way, so kudos to the team at 60 Minutes and CBS. But if universities bow down, then we're not going to stand a chance to protect democracy from what Donald Trump is up to. So I wish I wasn't the only lawyer targeted by Donald Trump who was in that piece. I didn't expect to be the only one in the piece, but so be it.
I couldn't help but notice that this piece came in the immediate aftermath of the big resignation from Bill Owens, where he was worried that Paramount was going to have too much oversight into the editorial independence of 60 Minutes, and that's why he left the program to push back against exactly that. And so
Bill Owens is the producer of 60 Minutes. He's been with the network for over 40 years. He was producer of 60 Minutes at least, I think, over 20 years. The only one of 3 producers that 60 Minutes has ever had. He left the network because they had somebody hovering over 60 Minutes all of a sudden, because 60 Minutes did a truthful reporting on 45-47, and 45-47 came out and blustered against it, like he was unsatisfied with what they had said when he did not approve or try to take them to court about lying from them. Why is this important? Because the owner of the network that 60 Minutes is on is trying to do a $1 billion merger, which she needs 47 approval on. So why is this important? Because to make money, people will deny the nation about the truth. That's why it's important, because people in these high places are only caring about enriching themselves. Truth be damned. You're not going to be able to say this if it's the truth or if it's not the truth. If it's going to interrupt me getting approval for my merger to be a billionaire, fuck you and fuck anybody who you trying to tell the truth to. Let's continue.
What would you say about the fact that in the immediate aftermath of his resignation, that this isn't exactly them shying away from Donald Trump? In fact, this is the polar opposite. This is them taking a very aggressive, forward-leaning tack when it comes to this administration.
Yeah, like I said, my admiration, Scott Pelley, who was the person who, was the anchor for this piece. He also was the person who ended the 60 Minutes episode last week by praising Bill Owens. So he deserves a lot of credit here, as do the others at 60 Minute. And this is the kind of fearless media that we need in this moment, and we get too little of. And it's, you and I have talked about it. It's why I started Democracy Docket, to be fearlessly pro democracy in its coverage. And it's good to see one of the big legacy shows, 60 Minutes, really, in some ways the most prominent of those shows, standing up as well.
I do want to throw to another clip right here.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel at the DNC. We just sued President Trump and Doge, and I hope you will support.
And could that be you? But could that be you who has been harassed, who has had to deal with different things in your workforce, which is overtly racist, and you go to an attorney who would normally take your case could be open and closed case, and they will refuse to take it because they don't want to interfere with his rejections about DEI, that your black ass even have the job, and you sitting up complaining about discrimination in that said job that he don't even feel that you should have. Oh no, we'll pass on your open and shut case. Let's continue.
Mark, can you explain this further? Because right now,
okay, so this link is in my description box. Go over there and visit this link and see how it turns out. Brian Tyler Cohen is a great person to follow. He's very informative. If you are not joined up, let me drop his link in the chat. If you have not watched any of his media, I think you would be pleasantly surprised. Here is his link. This link to this piece that I just shared a little of it with you is also in my description box. So so we talked about how they think that this authoritarianism is working with the American people. And I just wanted to share with you that if they are not listening to the people who voted them into the offices that they have, how do they think they're going to fare when they come up in their next elections? Obviously, some of them don't think that they're going to have to have another election. So let me share this with you. One second. Something else is playing. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, let me share this. Something else was playing. I don't know where it was playing from. Let's. Oh Lord. Hold on. Let me close some windows. I don't know why something is playing. I hope it stops. I think I got it. Okay, here we go. Let's wait, see what's going on in Texas. Let's see what's going on in Texas. Okay. Let me share my screen with you. Conservative Texas School Board voted out in terrifying sign for Republicans. I think it is a terrifying sign for Republican, it should say. So we know that our school board is one of the most important places for us to vote. Texas has the largest school system, and Texas also disseminates their textbooks out to other states once they are 2 years old. And we know that Texas has the purview to decide what is going to be in our textbooks. We know that we have been getting textbooks all across of the country that says that African slaves were only indentured service or immigrants to the United States. So we understand that some things really matter in that goes on in Texas, as it is concerning education. So let's see what all of this blustering has caused to happen to the state of Texas school boards. And all of this going along with insanity has what harm has it caused this Texas school board?
Here is something incredibly shocking, something I haven't been able to do for a very long time, but I'm about to give you some amazingly good news. This past Saturday, over in Texas, there were elections, and one of them in the county of Mansfield was a school board election. And 3 members of that school board in the Mansfield Independent School District, 3 of them were up for re-election, including the president of the school board and the secretary. So the top 2 people. And all of the incumbents were, of course, conservatives. And all 3 of those conservatives in that Texas district were voted out on Saturday. All of them. By pretty significant margins. So you have an area of the country, this county in Texas, that had previously said, we want conservatives in control of our school board. We want the book bans, right? Because Texas is almost leading the country in book bans. This is what we want. Parental rights in the schools. Let's put the conservatives on the school board and they'll fix everything, right? Well, the people in this district woke up and they realized that, no, this is actually not good. We don't like this. Our district is suffering. The children are suffering in school. The teachers are suffering. Enough is enough. And they voted out the conservatives and replaced them with liberals.
Okay, so this is why voting in local elections is important. So you think that they had a big turnout to make this change? No, they had a piss poor turnout, but they were able to effect this change because people thought that it was important. Some people thought it was important enough for them to show up. Only 6%. They got only 6% of people showed up for these elections, which is just sad, just really sad. But they were able to get these people out of office who they wanted out of office. So it's important to show up, is my point. And obviously Republicans either thought that, hey, it's in the book, they're an automatic win. I don't need to go out. They don't need my vote. And therefore they lost seats. Okay. So it's very important to vote in your local elections, and it's important beyond your local elections as well.
In deep red Texas, folks, That may be the best news that I have reported on anything, hell, in a year. Because here is what this means. This means that even in areas like Deep Red, Texas, you're having enough people come to the realization that conservatives have been feeding us lies for decades. Lies about, oh, you need to worry about this, but don't worry about this over here. You know, don't worry about the tariffs. Don't worry about the economy. Don't worry about us giving everything to the rich. Don't worry about us giving your tax dollars, Texas taxpayers, so that families can go and send their kids to expensive private schools. And we're starving public schools of money to do that. Actually, on the day of the election, Greg Abbott signed legislation, or the House, Texas Senate passed legislation to go ahead and do that to the tune of $1 billion taken away from Texas public schools into Texas for-profit schools. And the voters in that district said, we've had enough. We don't like this Republican rule. We don't like what they're doing. We're done. Now, here's where things get interesting. The turnout for Saturday's election in Mansfield County was 7.99%. So I don't need to tell you, that's low. Okay, that's very low. 63,000 votes cast, and that's only 8% of the population. But here is what that very low number tells us, and this is...
I'm sorry, 8%. I said 6%. It was 8% of the population.
The positive. It tells us, number one, that the people who did go out there to vote, the people who were angry enough, the people who were engaged enough, wanted liberal rule. So that is a positive. They sent the country a message with their votes. But you know who sent an equally as strong message? The conservatives who didn't show up. That, to me, is almost the bigger story. The fact that the conservatives just said, you know what? I'm not even going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And keep in mind, let me remind you, this election was on a Saturday. Okay, it's not like it was in the middle of the work week where most people are working. This was a Saturday. Okay, you had time. You could have gone, and they chose not to. They sat out. That is also sending a message to Republicans across the country that, sure, we're not going to go and vote for Democrats, but we're sure as hell not going to show up for you either. Every person in this country needs to be aware of these election results here, because this is super positive for the liberals, super bad for the conservatives, and I do believe that this is an omen of what is coming. This is foreshadowing a potential Republican wipeout in next year's midterms. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel. We got fresh content every day for you. And if you want to follow us across social media, make sure you check out all of the social links that we have posted in the description of this video.
Okay. Let me make sure my mic is on. Okay. And let's do a let's check out this. I got two more things I want to talk to you about. The 9/11 survivors. Remember, never forget. Remember the great Rudy Giuliani, the New York City's mayor. 9/11. Never forget. Did you guys hear me say that the budget for health and human services were cut? So let's get into details of how they cut the budget for the 9/11 first responders. Let's talk about that. But we have money for parades, and you never want us to forget 9/11. But did you guys forget 9/11? Okay, let me share screen. There's no money for shit like that. Okay, let me share my screen. Here we go.
Responders and survivors are questioning the federal government's vow to never forget after a new round of cuts to the program, helping thousands of them who were exposed to toxic dust after the attacks. The World Trade Center Health Program says 16 staffers were fired Friday, and that in total, a quarter of the staff has been removed since the start of the Trump administration. Advocates say it's an outrageous betrayal of first responders and survivors now coping with cancer. But last night, the president claimed not to know anything about it.
I was the one in my first term that helped them get money and helped them really live a much better life. That was a very important thing I did in my first term, but I'm not aware of anything that may have been brought up.
Joining us now here in studio, John Thiel, Ground Zero demolition worker and the president of the Feel Good Foundation. Thank you for coming in. You just heard what the president said. He's not aware of this at all. What's your message to him?
Well, one, thank you for having me. He's being disingenuous. He's lying. The bill that he signed in his first term was the extension of the VCF till 2090 to coincide with the extension of the World Trade Center health program to 2090. One's healthcare, one's compensation. So he knows about this. He's lying. This is a silly administration with uniquely unqualified people as secretary. Secretary Kennedy's lying. He's being disingenuous. And heroes and survivors are suffering because of their inadequacy, their recklessness, their poor leadership, their bad politics. I can go on, but this.
But I'd love to hear some details about it, because what are the critical services that are at stake, and who are the people who are being directly affected?
The two most important elements of the World Trade Center health program are to get enrolled, and then to get into the program, and then to get certified for your illness. The people that were fired Friday night in that Friday night massacre, late Friday night, they were in charge of that. Dr. Howard was reprieved until June 2nd.
He's the head of the health program.
He's the head of the healthcare. He's the head of NIOSH, who administrates the World Trade Center health program. So last month when he was fired by Doge or cut or whatever you want to call it, it was done illegally, because the only one who could fire him is Secretary Kennedy, who said he hasn't fired Dr. Howard. But Dr. Howard is sitting behind a desk with no chores to do. So we don't know Dr. Howard's fate on June 2nd. And again, this just lacks humanity. The lifeline, the World Trade Center health program is a lifeline to 140,000 people. The backlog to get in before all of this was already a 2 or 3 month wait. Now it's going to be even longer. And the longer we wait, people will die. And I don't say that lightly.
And can you talk about the emotional disruption, staff being fired, then in some cases rehired, not knowing if they're going to be fired again, new members, as you say, who are unable to enroll? What are you hearing from people who are directly impacted by this?
That they're trying to get in to see their doctors and they can't get an appointment, or they're not being able to talk to their caseworkers. The list goes on.
Do they say to you, I'm worried whether or not I'm going to survive this?
Absolutely. And we talk about cancer, and 1 in 3 in the World Trade Center health program have cancer. 40.
Okay, so you could go over to my description box. The link is in my description box. Yes, he's taking everything from everyone. That you are exactly right. I'm going to stop my screen. There's one more story that I want to share with you. We are not going to forget what's going on in Gaza. That's what we're not going to forget. This genocide that has been allowed to go on in Gaza, and we're going to see what Netanyahu has to say for himself lately. His latest statement says he has prevented all aid from going in to Gaza. What's the May? Yes, let's see. Let's check this out today. I want you guys to hear this. Israeli is on the attack. Okay, so let's see what's going on in Israel. Is there a hush-hush of everything that's going on in Israel? No, people are ignoring a genocide in 2025. And I think I talked about the genocide that is also going on in Africa. I think it was last week. We're going to revisit that on tomorrow. We're not going to forget while what's going on with us is going on. We're going to act. We're going to not act as if we don't even see what's happening to ourselves, and we can't even acknowledge the bad things that are happening and are impending once all these tax cuts really take hold. We are walking around here delusional, dazed and confused and worried about things, bullshit that's not going to affect us and how we live our lives. So if we don't give a fuck about what's going on in our lives, in our real life, that can devastate real lives here. And once enough of real lives here get devastated, you think that they're not going to devastate you. A lot of people think that they are absolute from anything that goes on here because they think that they are above any harm that 45 and 47 can do to them. Let's be clear. If enough people in the United States start suffering, motherfuckers who didn't have to suffer are going to start suffering, because the ones who are not suffering are going to become the prey of the ones who are suffering. So let's keep that real clear. Okay, so let me share this with you. Let's talk about what's going on in Gaza. Since we are on the never forget train of it all.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Yemen's Houthi movement says 4 people were killed and nearly 40 others wounded Monday after Israel bombed a cement factory and a port in the Red Sea city of Hodeidah. They were Israel's first strikes on Yemen in months, coming a day after Houthis fired a missile that struck Israel's Ben Gurion airport and amidst near-daily U.S. attacks on Yemen. Separately, Israel bombed Lebanon's Bekaa Valley and the Shrifa municipality, targeting what it said were Hezbollah sites. The attacks are another violation of Israel's November 2024 ceasefire with Lebanon. Israeli strikes on Gaza have killed at least 11 Palestinians so far today, with deadly attacks reported in Khan Yunis, Beit Lahia, and Gaza City. The strikes follow Israeli attacks that killed 54 Palestinians on Monday. And as the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, reported some 66,000 children in Gaza are suffering severe malnutrition due to Israel's total blockade of food and aid, now in its 9th week. Some Palestinians have resorted to eating turtle meat, grass, or rotten or expired food. This is a displaced Palestinian mother in Gaza City.
What I'm doing now is trying to separate rice from bulgur and stones. As you can see, we're forced to eat stones because there is no flour, no food, no water. Nothing reaches us, not even aid. As you can see, I'm sorting this just to silence my children's hunger. The kids are crying all the time from hunger. This is bird feed. It's not fit for human consumption, but we cook it to quiet the children's cries.
On Monday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu outlined plans for a stepped-up offensive on Gaza, saying the Palestinian population, quote, will be moved for its own protection, unquote. Netanyahu did not say how much of
they're going to be moved for their own protection, but they need protection from your ass. If you gave a fuck about their protection, you would acknowledge your own ceasefire that you broke. They're going to be moved for their own protection. How does this sound from the motherfucker who is the one who is bombing them out of existence? How does it sound that this is the man who's saying that they're moving them for their protection? No, you're moving them so you can have their land. Let's be real clear. You're moving them for their protection. If you wanted to protect them, you would let food and medicine and water get to them, and fuel, so they can. No, you're not moving them. You're not moving a damn person for no protection. You're moving them so you can have this great waterfront property. Let's keep it a buck. How disgusting.
To seize. Reuters reports that could include all of Gaza's territory. On Monday, Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, spoke at a conference of Israeli settlers.
We are finally going to conquer the Gaza Strip. We are no longer afraid of the word occupation. We are conquering Gaza, clearing it out, and taking control of every area we enter.
Earlier today, senior Hamas official Osama Hamdan told Dropsite News the group won't re-enter ceasefire talks while Israel continues its deadly assault on Gaza. Hamdan also said Hamas would only disarm if Israel ends its assault and allows for the creation of an independent Palestinian state. Human rights workers have revealed the identity of the Israeli officer directly responsible for the killing of 5-year-old Palestinian Hind Rajab, along with 5 of her family members and 2 rescue workers who were attempting to reach them during an attack on Gaza City in January of last year. A war crimes complaint filed by the Hind Rajab Foundation at the International Criminal Court seeks the arrest of Lieutenant Colonel Benny Aharon, commander of the Israeli Defense Forces 401st Armored Brigade. The foundation filed the complaint May 3rd, which would have been Hind's 7th birthday. In Washington state, police arrested some 30 student activists overnight after they occupied the University of Washington's engineering building to protest their school's ties with weapons maker Boeing. The group Students United for Palestinian Equality and Return are demanding, quote, that our tuition money and our research not be used to fund and fuel genocide, they said. In Pennsylvania, 9 people were violently.
Pretty soon I'm pretty sure they will stay arrested. I'm pretty sure if any of them, I'm sure none of them are probably on any visas or green card, God forbid. They will be flown somewhere and not necessarily where they are from. Let's keep it clear, because this is a fact that goes on in the United States of America for using your First Amendment rights. They, I wonder if they will be charged as Hamas sympathizers or agents of Hamas, like they have charged these people who have used their First Amendment rights to speak up for the people, the Palestinian people who are starving. No, you can't say a word. You must be quiet and you must let this go through. And you must act like none of this is even happening, or there goes you.
Violently arrested Saturday at Swarthmore College as police disbanded a Gaza Solidarity encampment that had been named the Hossam Shabbat Liberated Zone in honor of the 23-year-old Palestinian journalist killed by Israel in March. Students are demanding Swarthmore, quote, divest from Israeli occupation, aggression, and apartheid and declare itself a sanctuary campus, unquote. In Michigan, Attorney General Dana Nessel on Monday dismissed charges against 7 Gaza Solidarity protesters at the University of Michigan's encampment. The Guardian newspaper last year exposed Nessel's close personal, financial, and political ties to the University of Michigan's Board of Regents, which had been calling for prosecution of campus protesters. This is Amir Makhlad, the student's attorney.
This was not about trespass. This was not about a felony conduct. This was the criminalization of free speech, and today the state of Michigan agrees that you still have the right to speak up. But today, we want to remember that this is not the end. There's still students across the country that are facing this persecution. There's still a genocide that is happening in Palestine, and we should never forget that today we still get to stand firm and say, "Free Palestine."
In other campus news, UCLA student protesters who were attacked last year by a pro-Israel mob under the watchful eye of police officers have filed another lawsuit, this time against the state of California. The lawsuit details excessive violence deployed by LAPD officers towards the peaceful demonstrators who were hit by some 50 rounds of rubber-coated bullets, causing serious injuries. California law prohibits police from using rubber bullets except in extraordinary circumstances. And in a victory for the campus protest movement, the University of San Francisco has announced it's divesting from 4 U.S. companies that have contracts with the Israeli military following a sustained campaign by students. Here in New York, Dozens of Columbia University faculty and staff dressed in black walked in a procession and stood outside their campus Monday to call for the release of the abducted Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil and others who've been targeted for speaking out for Palestinian rights. Coordinated vigils were also held at Tufts and
So are we going to be expected to remain silent as all of this wrath come upon the United States? Is that the way they're going to get rid of people? All of these people you see protesting around here in the United States, do you think that they are just like looking at them and like, oh, well, they're upset? No, they're not looking at them like, oh, well, they're upset. If they're doing this for having a voice against the people of Palestine, what do you think they're going to do about you having a voice about what the Republican Party is doing to you in your own nation? What are you going to be the new Palestinian people? Do tell. Okay, so there's one last thing I want to share with you guys. The horrific trifecta. No, I'm not talking about Big Sexy and Pisshole or Lady Nika, the mistress, the woman who has Clydesdale and begging for people to buy her paint to paint her wall wood paneling. I'm not talking about that funky trifecta. I'm talking about another horrific trifecta. I know when you hear horrific trifecta, your mind automatically goes to those sully holes. But no, I'm talking about something that is going on also in Gaza. Let's talk about it. She is a wet nurse. And I think she's going over there to feed the starving children because they're being starved out. Let's look at these children over in Gaza. Not the little fat-faced one we saw in the last clip. Let's see what's going on.
What the people of Gaza are going through. We have this horrific trifecta of starvation, of lack of medicine and supplies, and bombings that are dramatically impacting the lives of new mothers and newborns. We see an incredible increase in malnutrition levels. I was embedded at Al-Aqsa and Nasser hospitals and walking down the halls, I was living there during the time that I was there, and seeing the gaunt faces of people, whether they were celebrating the birth of their new babies, new life, whether, the family members that were there, they had nothing to share, nothing to celebrate. And yet here they were wanting to rejoice in this new life and not knowing what will happen in the future. So many children, when I was there the first time a year ago, I never, ever imagined a year later, not only after seeing the horrors that I saw a year ago and thinking, well, there's going to be a ceasefire, things will end, things will get better. This can't go on. The world will not let this go on. But yet this annihilation is not only continuing, but the levels that I saw with my own eyes, it's just, there are no more words to use. Unbearable, horrific, indescribable. People can't obtain any kind of care because, number one, it's not safe to travel to the hospital. There's no ability for individuals to get prenatal care if it's too dangerous to travel. They have no money, no access to get there. Babies are being born in tents, first-time mothers with nobody around to help. And these babies are dying of starvation. Babies being brought into the hospital that I witnessed that were not survivable because of all of the blockades, because of the impacts of the bombings and the drone attacks and the inaccessibility. And then you have these incredible high levels of anemia, birth defects. I mean, I can go on and on. Increase in amount of premature babies that I saw. So many premature babies not surviving. No room in the neonatal intensive care in one of the largest functioning hospitals now in Gaza. So for me to have returned a year from my first visit and seeing what my colleagues, what these amazing human beings are doing there in terms of showing up every day without pay, having been displaced, having family members of their own having been killed. And yet they show up every day and with lack of food, lack of resources, and incredible capability and compassion and strength and love. It was such an honor, such a gift for me to be able to be there. And I will return if possible.
Well, Sandra, we only have about a minute, but I wanted to ask you, Israel is not only blockading food and supplies, but also the medical providers coming into Gaza. Could you talk about how difficult it is to get in?
Yeah, correct. So many members have been banned, international, particularly doctors, nurses, trying to support the teams there, whether dealing with mass casualties like I did the first time I was there, and my focus on infant feeding and nutrition this time. It's truly almost impossible to get team members in. I think 30 to 40% are being denied after they've been approved.
Okay, so she's in charge of feeding. Go over to the channel Democracy Now. They cover this story thoroughly. Here's I haven't added the link to the chat. I'm gonna add the link to the channel over there because it's a wealth of information on this channel that you may want to avail yourself. I will put their entitled link in the description box, but go over and visit Democracy Now to find out what's going on, unfiltered, what's going on in your world today. So that's all that I have for you. This breaks my fucking heart as well. She is a wet nurse. It is to the point where to be able to nourish these children, they are having to send lactating women over there because they can't take anything with them, or it's hard to get in. They're risking their lives just to feed children their own breast milk. This is 2025. These are the people who the same thing happened to them less than 100 years ago. But they find it okay to do it to another group of people. Where is the humanity? We're going to talk about Africa tomorrow. We definitely are not going to forget what's happening to our people in one of the richest lands in the world. We're not going to forget about the suffering of our own people. We're not going to forget about all the aid that has been taken away from our people as we look to enrich ourselves on things to enrich the rich, the natural resources that are in the ground. We're not going to forget to talk about our people. So there's the link to Democracy Now. Let me put this in my description box so I won't forget. Let me see. Okay, this is in my description box as well. These are some links that I hope you guys visit to get real information about what's going on in the world around you and you and I. So here we go. All right, thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. Share, subscribe, recommend it to someone who may be low informational. I appreciate you being here. Sick these people are. They want that anything and nobody in Gaza. This breaks my effing heart. Yeah. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a blessed remainder of your day. You know what? One thing that I'm sure of, is that I have done a lot of work. It's no easy feat to actually take note on all of the calamity that is going on in the world around me. See, it's easy for me to pop up on here and tell you what I feel and what I think. None of it is based on facts, researching, or going around reading different material, going around and listening to things, double checking things, and presenting them. It's easy for motherfuckers to try to put news in their description box or in their titles as if they're giving news, when the only thing that they're trying to do is compete with someone that they don't compare with. It's easy for people to think that the news lane is something easy to do, and let me do news too. And you see who can and who cannot hang. I hope that you guys get some information from my channel, because that's why I'm here. This is what I'm here for. I'm not here to give you no opinion. I'm not here to lick the boots of any government officials or any president or anything. I'm here to give you the actual news about what's really going on in the world around you. And I hope you guys take the heed from people who are giving you good, sound advice to understand that you are going to need to stockpile some things in your home, because it is expected that the shelves will be empty, if not in a week, no more than 2 weeks. So these are the thus far the expectation of what is going to be going on in the United States. So if you care to listen, listen. People tried to tell a lot of people what would happen if they didn't get up and go out and vote. Did they listen? No. Overwhelmingly, they did not listen. So if you don't choose to listen when you're getting the warnings from shipping, the person who is over the shipping ports in Los Angeles, don't listen. Don't listen to me, who has listened to the person who is over the shipping port in Los Angeles. Don't listen to nobody. Go listen to some bullshit that's going on about the new motherfucker who's in the beef sector and dumb shit. Continue to listen to that. Have a good day, everyone. I appreciate you being here. Anybody on the replay, I appreciate you as well. I hope you guys have a great, blessed remainder of your day. And I will see you here with the real news on tomorrow. God bless you. Have a great one. Bye-bye.